Paris Planning Commission meeting, September 18, 2024. We're kind of cold up here, so we're shivering. We're not doing it because of these speeches. We're going to get started. Well, we'll take the roll call, and I guess what we'll have to do is the judge will just acknowledge it at that time and resubmit it for the minutes. So, roll call.
Commissioner Jimenez. Here. Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Vice Chair Shively.
Here.
Chair Hammond.
Here. Thank you very much. We move to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Lopez.
Please stand for pledge.
We move to item 4, presentation. I don't believe we have a presentation. Okay. And item 5, consent calendar. Item 5A, Planning Commission minutes for September 4th, 2024. I asked this to ex parte communication, I can't imagine, but I'll do it anyway. Any ex parte communication for this, okay. Any additions, deletions, corrections?
I do have one item that I just discovered. Line 8 on the item, commissioners that spoke, I am a vice chair. Shively, instead of vice chair. Yeah.
Title, vice chair. You don't like that title? We can keep it.
It's just, a different pronunciation of saying chair.
Okay. Okay, vice chair, okay. Anything else? Okay, good. Do we need public, well, we still have to do public comment. Any public comment on, gotta go through the process, on the consent calendar item for the minutes? Seeing none, we close public comment and move back to the commission for a motion. Been moved by Commissioner Jimenez, seconded by Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Jimenez.
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively.
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With 3 yes and 1 absent, this motion is approved.
4.
Oh, Commissioner Lopez, I'm sorry. With 4 yes and 1 absent, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much, no problem. Okay, we move to item 6A, public hearing, parcel merger 24-05187, and development plan review 23-00020, continued from the August 21st, 2024 meeting. A proposal to merge 4 contiguous parcels to facilitate development of a self-storage facility consisting of 2 buildings totaling 69,926 square feet on 2.12 acres, located on the north side of Ryder Street between Johnson Avenue and Lakeview Drive, within the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Requested action, adopt resolution number 24-11, finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, review pursuant to section 15332 infill development projects, and approving parcel merger 24-05187 and development plan review 23-00020 to facilitate the construction of a 69,926 square foot self-storage facility on 2.21 acres based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval. It's an ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meetings, or otherwise site visits.
You have had an ad hoc meeting on this particular project.
Okay.
I was also part of the ad hoc, and I drive by there daily.
Yes, drive by there, went over there specifically to look at this project. Okay. All yours, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Alfredo Garcia. I'm your Associate Planner And as mentioned, this evening, we have before you Development Plan Review 23-0020, also known as the Ryder Self-Storage Facility. A little bit of background before I begin. The project back on August 21st of this year, the Planning Commission approved that the applicant's request to continue the project to this evening's date to allow their development team to properly review all of staff's conditions of approval. After the conditions of approval were reviewed, they are in agreement, and here we are this evening. The project site is located in the northern area of the city, north along Ryder Street, west on Johnson Avenue, and east of Lakeview Drive. Some of the surrounding land uses are vacant parcels to the north, existing industrial buildings to the east and west, and to the south across Ryder Street, we have an existing industrial building as well as an R 10,000 land use designated single-family residential tract. With respect to the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan land use designation, the parcel size is zoned for light industrial and is also surrounded by light industrial zones to the north, south, east, and west, and also a partial zone of R10,000 from the single-family residential tract to the south. Here's a site photo looking northwest corner of Ryder Street and Johnson Avenue at the subject site. Here we have a view north along Ryder. And here's a site photo northeast corner of Ryder Street and Lakeview Drive. A little more background, there was an ad hoc committee meeting, as mentioned earlier, back on April 1st of this year. 3 key items were discussed. One was additional landscaping, architectural enhancements, and cooler gray tones as far as the color palette was concerned. The applicant did take the comments from the committee into consideration and came back with the revisions. Those revisions were changing the color palette to reflect cooler gray tones to all the buildings, additional 22,000 square feet of drought-tolerant landscaping, and added architectural enhancements, which were stone veneer, elongating the steel canopy along the office entrance areas, providing trim for material transitioning on the wall surface areas, and providing symmetry to balance the elevations along Ryder. Here we have the site plan. This project is proposing to merge 4 parcels into a 2.12 acre site. The applicant is proposing 2 buildings. Building A is comprised of 2 stories, and it will be 53,707 square feet of a temperature-controlled building, and a 1-story building comprising of 16,000 square feet, also temperature-controlled, just to the north of the primary building along Ryder. There is an entrance on the western driveway along Lakeview Drive where visitors can make a right in and a right out. They can make a right out from this driveway if they just park in the front area, which is mainly designated for simple drop-offs or for the office uses. If they choose to go inside the site to load and unload, they may do so and exit along Johnson Avenue, making a right out or a left out. Here we have the landscape plan, again, providing 33.7% of drought-tolerant landscaping, which far exceeds the 12%, as mentioned in the specific plan. With respect to the standards, they are all met and exceeded in some cases. And with respect to the parking standards, we have a surplus of 15 spaces. Here we have a 3-dimensional rendering. I believe Ms. Arvizu has the material boards that the architect provided staff. Thank you, Ms. Arvizu. As you can see from the elevations, it does keep in character similar to the industrial buildings. The applicant did a great job in providing stone veneer, incorporating the cool color tones, providing vertical and horizontal articulation, as well as the usage of large windows that gives a lot of interest to the building overall. Yeah, it's going to be a workout with the stone veneer there. Huh? Here's the 2D color elevations from for Building A. The top image will be the image seen from Lakeview Drive of the offices and part of the building for storage. Bottom image is from Johnson Avenue. Here we have the 2D elevation. The top image is the elevation that will be seen along Ryder Street. The bottom is the interior elevation inside the subject site. Here we have elevations from Building B, which is the one-story building. The bottom image is the image west that will be seen from Lakeview Drive. And we have the north image on top, which will be seen from Business Park Drive, and the bottom is the interior view. With that said, this evening, staff's recommendation is for the Planning Commission to adopt PC Resolution 2411, categorically exempting the parcel merger 245187 and DPR 230020 from the California Environmental Quality Act as an infill development project, and approving the parcel merger and the DPR based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. We also have the applicant this evening and his development team to provide further information that the Planning Commission may ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And if now we have the applicant would like to make a presentation, I don't. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Just very briefly,
Oh, please state your full name and spell your last name for us.
my name is Steve Tangney, principal at West Coast Self Storage, the developer and operator of this facility and applicant. We've been working on this property about a year, and just wanted to compliment the process, the staff, and the ad hoc meeting. I think it's resulted in a nice quality project. We are limited here to 2 stories, so it's a little smaller than our average project by, I don't know, 20%. But we're limited by the Airport Land Use Commission to a 2-story maximum building, so. But it's an attractive project, and we're looking forward to being part of the community of Paris. Happy to answer any questions about the background of our company. We're up and down the West Coast from Seattle to San Diego, about 135 properties currently.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay close. Do you have any questions for staff and, oh yeah, I'd stay close. Staff and or the applicant? Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First of all, thank you, Alfredo, for the presentation. So I know right now there's an existing sidewalk on Ryder. Do you know if that's going to remain as is, or are they going to bring it down during construction?
I think Brad can answer that.
Yeah, so that would remain as is, but if it needs to be replaced to, upgraded conditions, we would condition that as well. But the frontage improvements along Ryder, even on the side streets, we're asking for sidewalk and streetlights.
Okay, all right, yeah. The reason why I ask is because if given the opportunity, I would like to put a landscape parkway, but I mean, if we can't, we're not, the sidewalk is already there, so.
Yeah,
I understand that's not doable.
So there is a 5-foot landscape parkway for that.
Oh, there is?
Yeah,
Right now, as it is, there's none though.
behind the sidewalk, there
Oh,
would technically be
Oh,
right
got
of way
you,
right
got
there,
you.
right?
Okay, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, and then one more question. So the street that goes inside of the property, do you know if that's sufficient enough, if it's wide enough to have cars that are loading and unloading? Because I'm assuming cars are gonna be waiting in that driveway. Is there still space for other cars to come in from the side?
Yeah, there's still enough space for having a car to park parallel against Building A, and you could still accommodate the width of 2 additional cars.
Okay, so unloading and unloading, I mean,
It will
loading
not have
shouldn't
a
be an
problem.
issue.
There's even
Okay.
3 dedicated spaces in the, there's a little jog in the building.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you could see,
Yeah, I
kind of a
see it.
U, yeah, that's
Yeah.
even 3 additional spaces for
For
3
trucks.
trucks.
Okay,
To
perfect.
load into an elevator if they needed to.
So flow of traffic shouldn't be an issue.
It should not be an issue.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
The fire department didn't have an issue either.
Awesome. All right, thank you. No further
All right,
questions.
welcome.
I just wanted to clarify on Lakeview Drive, our conditions of approval number 5, it states that it is full movement, but I thought you said it was right in, right out only. But condition number 5, I have to go back and find it.
Should be.
Not the engineering ones, the regular ones. Number 5 stated that it was going to be full.
So conditioning, or engineering condition number 5.
Might be engineering, maybe? Yeah.
Engineering condition number 5 for Lakeview Drive does call for full access. You know, that roadway is a collector, so left in, left out, and the minimal volume on that street, full access should be sufficient.
Okay, I'm wondering because here we said right in, right out
Right,
only.
right.
So I want to know which ones are the correct ones.
It would be full access.
Full access.
Full access. And there's going to be a stop, right, is what it said here, controlled by a stop.
Stop for the westbound traffic coming out of the storage facility.
Okay, so traffic going north and west will not have to stop. It's just for the ones coming out, just to be able to exit. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like, I'm getting two different.
Well, I say run right in, right out to make it as smooth as possible, right? But full articulation is,
Yeah, I know that street very
light.
well. So that's why I was like, okay, kind of nice to have right in, right out, but there's not a lot of traffic on that street.
The driveway on the eastern side would be exit only, though. So that would be per the presentation. But the western side on Lakeview would be full access.
Yes, yes. Okay, and one thing I think we overlooked the last time was I didn't see anything on lighting from the building. I saw up lighting for landscaping. Is there any lighting along the building elevations that would enhance it during nighttime?
I can let the applicant architect answer.
Because that street is pretty dark at night, that corner. And everything behind it is pretty dark.
My name's Rick Wallace from Wallace Design Group. I'm the architect of the project. And to answer your question, Commissioner, yes, we do have light, not only along the driveways internally, but accent lighting. I believe that was part of an ad hoc committee comment back in April.
We can go ahead and add a condition of approval to the liking of the commissioners to include uplighting for the building.
Yeah, I saw for landscaping, but even downlighting from anywhere on here just to brighten it up at nighttime because that corner is really dark.
Well, I also want to point out too, those corner where
windows.
that window elements are, those will be internally lit. And so you'll be getting,
24 hours a day?
no, just at nighttime.
Okay. Okay.
So they'll be internally lit. Their show pieces, they're just showing what's happening in the building.
Okay.
And so they'll be glowing.
Yeah, because I didn't see that on here. It still looked dark. So there is lighting. I remember you saying that during our ad hoc. And then there's, I think, a section in the middle with windows too, right? And on the far side, trying to remember. Yeah. So those are going to be lit at nighttime, which is going to be a nice.
That's
feature.
that's a consistent design element that even wraps around the end streets.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good.
The new streetlights are not going to interfere with the low-hanging, let-go and communication lines, are they?
No, they would not.
So they'll be lower than the lowest communication line then?
They would be able to fit above the communication line, but below the transmission lines.
Can I ask one Or are you going to ask another one? Okay. My second, or I don't even know how many questions I've asked. My next question is bouncing off of Commissioner Lopez. The condition reads that if sidewalk and gutter need to be repaired, if it's not in good condition, then they would do so. We add a condition stating that if they are required to do that, they can add the little parkway? Because you said there's a buffer behind the sidewalk, but is it possible? Do we have space for that?
So we would not have space for it. So the way it is right now on Ryder, it's up curb adjacent. So we have 5 foot, or actually 6 foot behind that of right of way that we're conditioning for landscape. As far as, redoing it so it's not curb adjacent, that isn't a condition for them.
But if they had to fix it, is that a condition we can add?
Potentially, I mean, we could work with the applicant. We would have to have some type of transition, to tie into that.
Well, it's its own corner. That's why it wouldn't be too bad. It's like taking the full front of a whole side street. So I guess, I don't know if they have room for that, or is that something we can include if they have to? If they don't, or if it's just sections, but if they had to do that whole thing, would it be possible to add that condition?
Commissioner Jimenez, it might be a little difficult. There's a half of this project site along Ryder, there's a bioswale along
Okay.
there. So by pushing the sidewalk back,
It would interfere.
it's going to interfere into the water quality management of the project site, and it kind of compromise that. I do see aesthetically it is more pleasing, yes, but.
Well, safety for people walking.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it would be difficult to push that in with this design already in mind.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
We got 33%.
I know, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, can we switch some of it so some of the landscaping is in the front, not in the back?
Note for future. No.
But I understand, if there's something there that would interfere, I
Yeah.
understand. Okay, thank you.
So Alfredo, I am looking for the trash enclosure on this.
That's where I was going. Yes. It's number 11, way at the. You have to go to site plan, I guess, because on this, you can't tell. Yeah, man, it's hard to see.
Correct me if I'm wrong, they had said the trash was gonna be inside one of the rolling doors, but we still have a condition of it's gonna match.
Correct. After further reviewing the specific plan, it does state that industrial and commercial projects in the specific plan must have a trash enclosure. But that was kind of seen later. So the project is conditioned to work with staff to construct a small trash enclosure.
So no internal, or are they still? Are they having both?
It would have to be a trash enclosure, like the ones that we see,
An exterior.
that we've approved,
same.
exterior, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Exterior covered trash enclosure that's ADA compliant.
Well, it's not on there.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, that was one of the first questions I was going to have, because it's hard to find. I know it was number 11 when you go down to the actual site plan map, but this is storage, and it tends to be heavy-duty trash. So I hope it's big enough and large enough, because I used to be in a storage bin, and those get filled up real quick. So I hope it's adequate, I hope it's covered, I hope it's, it can't be inside something, it has to be, pretty large, because people throw away a lot of things if you've ever had stuff in storage, and I had 4 or 5 bedrooms where it will get filled up real quickly, because people moved it to a box or things like that, so that's a consideration. Yeah, you have to come. Yeah, if you want to say anything, you just come right up. Yeah, as I was saying, probably sit in the front row.
Thank you. The subject of trash enclosure comes up quite often. Most common, or to give you a little background, our leases prohibit people from using our trash for throwing things away, and we actually prefer to keep our trash kind of concealed for that reason. If someone does leave items behind in a storage unit, we charge them to haul that away directly. It doesn't go in our trash bin. It stays right there, and we have a hauling service that takes it directly from that unit. The amount of trash is really limited to just the manager's office and is limited to more or less like a residential can. And so what we have successfully done on most of our projects is have just one designated unit as our trash unit and have a standard roll-up door for that. Typically, it's a 10 by 10, and it's located near the manager's office. I thought we had done that on our unit layout initially.
It's, unless I need a microscope, it's kind of hard to see on this one, so.
Right.
Typically
But it
on this one,
works.
I don't want to belong it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's just technical thing, sorry. What was I saying?
It was really difficult to see the trash.
Oh, it was, yeah. It was difficult to see the trash enclosure on here, but just quickly for me, I'm not going to prolong it. On this site plan, I see, it looks like ADA, but I'm not sure where on this site plan, so point me to it. Because it's supposed to be. No, the trash.
At the entrance, there's kind of a square outline at the corner of the building at the driveway. That is the manager's office.
Yeah.
The trash enclosure be within 15 feet of that. Oh, it is marked. I don't, do they have this plan? It's right there.
But it says 1, 2, 3 in that area. The parking spaces next to building B, there's 1, 2, 3, and there's a square area. I don't know what that is. Then there's 4, 5, 6. It's just number of the parking spaces. So
That trash is anticipated to be inside the fence or outside the fence?
It's inside the building, inside the hallway, and it is, again, for office use and not customer use.
So there's a coordination of when the trash truck,
Yeah, the manager
Company.
knows and will bring out that residential size can on trash day.
so you're asking for an exemption for the trash enclosure that we normally provide, is that
We would prefer.
correct?
The one thing when we build trash enclosures, people see them and want to throw away sofas and mattresses, and they will do whatever they can to get their stuff in there. It actually creates a little bit more of a problem.
is there a condition for the trash? So if it's internal, why would they need a condition for that? I'm confused.
So there would, trash enclosure is in accordance with Paris Valley Commons Center specific plan. All development shall contain trash enclosures for the collection of trash receptacles.
Yeah, just,
Screened with landscaping, provide decorated solid trellis cover.
so does that even apply? So if you, yeah, okay. Okay. No, SS. I guess for the staff, the condition still apply, or that's just something you have to? Because if it's going to be internal, it's going to be roll-up door or something, what would be the,
Whether requesting it to be internal,
yeah, but on there it doesn't say. Right?
but there it's not.
Yeah,
Those are item 15 and 16.
yeah.
You want to bring this up to them?
But it is a standard language, but it doesn't need it. It's
Covered.
we're going to change the wording because storage is a big deal.
Mr. Chair, so the specific plan requires a trash enclosure. However, given the operation of the business, if the commission wishes to revise the condition of approval per the applicant's request, we can modify the condition to not require the trash enclosure at this time and to allow them to provide the trash receptacle per the applicant's request. We contacted CRNR, and they would be okay with the applicant's request.
Okay. So would there need to be an amendment because it is a part of the Paris Valley thing? Would we have to do anything other than just us?
It would just be a condition of approval
Okay.
that would need to be modify the conditions
wording,
of
is it?
15 and 16, yes.
Okay. Okay. So-
I'm still trying to process because I've used storage facilities in the past and I do use their trash when I'm reorganizing or clearing out. So I've never seen one where people don't use that trash. I can't imagine taking my trash with me when I leave. Maybe it's just me. So I think that is what I'm still trying to process, how we have so many storage units and there's no trash. And I understand the concern, people leave their couches and stuff, but this is an enclosed area. The trash enclosure should also be locked, and there's going to be a trellis, so only certain people would have access to it. So I'm trying to process that. Because this was here in the conditions of approval and I hadn't seen it, I didn't get a chance to process that until now.
The trend in the industry in recent years has been to not accept customer trash. And everybody knows that when they first rent. It's right up front, clearly stated, we're not your mattress and sofa depository. It works. If someone does leave things behind, which happens a few times a year, we, like I said, have a contract trash service to pick it up directly from that unit. In a way, we have 500 rooms on the property that are kind of like trash rooms. So it's not a problem until the trash is picked up. If somebody leaves something behind in a 10 by 10 unit, it gets picked up from there.
So planning department, is that the trend we've seen with applicants who have come in with a storage unit or that we have seen in other cities?
No, we have not seen, this must be a new trend. I have not seen what's being asked today. But if you're uncomfortable with the request, you don't have to modify the condition. It's up to the purview of the condition, the commission to see if they want to modify it.
So the ones that have come up, I think we had one not too long ago, that, they had a trash enclosure.
Yes.
And we've seen a couple over the last couple of years since I've been here, and I think they've all had trash enclosures, right?
I have seen other self-storage facilities with trash enclosures, but as the applicant indicated, if this is something new.
That's new.
The climate-controlled self-storage facilities are something new as well.
Yes.
So it's something for the commission to consider.
And CRNR said they were okay, and
Yes, staff contacted CRNR, and they would be okay without having a trash enclosure, your conventional trash enclosure.
okay.
We still provide for trash and have a room designated for trash that is locked.
No, I'm understanding that. It's just, I haven't seen any that don't have a trash enclosure.
Okay.
I wish I would have had time to do research and know there wasn't going to be a trash enclosure, because when I saw it on the conditions of approval, because we do our research.
Oh, yes.
So when you're saying it's a new trend, I would have looked up the most recent developments and looked up if there's a trash enclosure. And I might need a little bit of time to research that.
Okay. Okay, I just have one thing, and that's mostly for engineering, and I think you know what I'm going to ask. Elevators are included in this, and this is going to be a pet peeve in the essence of mine. It says, I think it's number 47 on the cities, talks about building and other requirements. and not the engineers, but the building portion, just to add wording to the effect that the building elevators have to be according to, I don't want to read off that long elevator thing, the state of California, but Code of Regulations, Title 8, elevation, all that. Just a mention of that so we make sure the elevators are covered. I don't care about the one line, it just make sure it specifically talks about elevators being covered. There's also ADA requirements for elevator. I don't care if they've done it in the past, for us, I just want to be kind of a constant thing. If I say an elevator, I'm going to say this. So I'm kind of asking just a small little layer that they're going to have to be compliant with, but I don't want to just assume, because elevators become a lawsuit issue if they're not ADA. So I want to make sure that they're going to see it there, that's condition approval, that has to be meet those standards. That's the only thing, my comment on this whole thing is that.
We can certainly do that.
Okay, that's about it for me. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, unless you want more questions. At this time, we open it up to public comment on this particular agenda item. If anyone has any comment on this particular item is willing to come forward, you don't have to have a blue sheet. But if you have any comments on this item, please come forward at this time. 2, 3. Seeing none, we close the public comment portion of this and move to the commissioners' discussion.
I have no significant issues with this project. I want to say thank you to the applicant. I really like the materials that you guys brought, the colors that you guys presented to us. I think it's going to be appropriate for that area. Well, one of my biggest concerns was the traffic within the property. Obviously, the applicant addressed that, and I don't see any issues. This is also compliant with the land zone, so I'm for it. I don't have anything against this project.
So my issue with the trash enclosure, I'm perfectly fine with it being on the interior side of the building. Knowing that, you know, if you drive around the back of supermarkets or stores and convenience, people like to drive by and just dump their trash in uncovered waste bins. So that's definitely an issue. And even though these, they're trying to control the tenants from dumping the trash in the receptacle itself, if they would still do it if it was out in the exterior of the site. So that's, I think what they're trying to do is have a very nice and clean appearance. So I think that's perfectly fine for it to be on the interior. The colors of the building are perfectly fine. They actually go with some of the other properties and adjacent to it. Some of the same colors, material palettes, even they are using CME block, which is different than a tilt-up building, but you know it's still color to the same color and has the same feel as you go down Ryder Street. So.
My main concern was just the trash enclosure, and I think having some information on the conditions of approval and other stuff, other items on the presentation, so I couldn't do my research about recent storage facilities and find out really what the new trends are, because I would have started researching for the most recent developed and find out what the trends are. Other than that, I'm really appreciative of the applicant for taking what we said during ad hoc and really implementing it and really blending in this new development with the surroundings, but also adding enough accents to where it will still stand out. 33% landscaping, you know, I'm really happy about that. I was concerned about just the walls on the building number 2, but they added so much landscaping there that it wouldn't really be a concern. And the lighting at nighttime, so all my concerns have been addressed on this one. I think it's a good location for it because it's industrial buildings, and I think having houses across the street, they may want to have an easy access to using a storage facility.
Yes, and I agree totally, and I don't have any issues other than just adding that one item about the elevators, and if that's the only issue, you're getting off easy. But this is a very landscape-oriented, if you ever do projects, it's a landscape-oriented, so the first thing you do is talk about landscaping. If you're coming before us, think about the landscaping, because that's a calming effect. It's not just for fun, it's a calming effect, it's a beauty, aesthetics, and we talk about climate and all the other things, you gotta have trees. You have to have plants. And so you don't want to just, this is not your traditional storage like we have up and down the streets. I understand there was a time for that. You drive in, it's all concrete and everything else. This one as well. And it's that particular location I'd wondered about anyway for a long time. So there's a need for it, but it's done in a different way. And it's a more modern, effective way that's more efficient. So I'm fine with it. And we learn something all the time too. Yeah.
Sorry. Can I ask something that I didn't see was, I know that recently we've been adding as conditions of approval where if they want to change things, they have to come to planning.
Certain things.
I don't think, did I see it on here? I don't think I saw it. Did I overlook it? I just thought about that. If they want to do modifications, I didn't see a condition for. Oh, no.
If you look at condition number 6,
Okay, let me go. I think I might have missed it.
it says development of the project site, building elevations, conceptual landscape plan shall conform substantially to the set of plan approved by the Planning Commission of September 18, 2024,
Yes.
or as amended by these conditions. Any deviation shall require appropriate planning division review and approval.
Yes, I see it now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
No, because it was there on the little windows.
Okay, okay. That was the only item, was the thing that I was adding to it. Okay. Yeah, I think we covered it all. Okay, no more discussion, no more questions, no more questions of staff at this time? Okay. I think we're ready. Thank you. Oh, gosh, I can't even see this. Hold a second. No, I gotta be able to see this. Sorry, have I seen? There we go, now I can see it. Item 6A, the requested action, parcel merger 24-05187 and development plan review, 23000020. Proposal to merge 4 contiguous parcels to facilitate the development of a self-storage facility consisting of 2 buildings totaling 69,926 square feet on 2.12 acres, located on the north side of Ryder Street between Johnson Avenue, Lakeview Drive, within the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. The action, adopt resolution 24-11, find the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, review pursuant to section 153332 infill development project, and approving parcel merger 24-05187 and development plan review 23-00020 to facilitate the construction of a 69,926 square foot self-storage facility on 2.12 acres. Based on the findings, subject condition approval, we only added one thing, that was language on number 47, condition of approval concerning elevator and requirements under the, and don't make me read all of that. It's a long California thing, California Code of Regulations and all that, Title 8. Whatever wording you decide.
And if the planning commission wants to consider
18.
deleting the conditions.
Oh, yes, which
15 and
number was
16
that? I didn't have the,
related to the trash enclosure.
15, 16, 15?
Yes, and to maybe replace it with trash enclosure or trash receptacle shall be provided inside the building.
What number, was that 15?
It's 17,
It's 15
18.
and 16.
15 and 16, okay. I had 2 numbers down, okay. Thank you, 15 and 16, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, we just need a motion. Been moved by Commissioner Lopez, second by Commissioner Jimenez.
And for the record, sorry, Chair Hammond, and that's a motion to approve.
Approve,
the re-
okay.
Just for the record, to
Okay.
approve the resolution with those 2 changes
Yes.
discussed, correct?
Yeah, I think you'd know if we. Thank you very much, thank you.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez, Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 4 and 1 absent, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No need to delay unless we want to delay. We move on to item 6B. Does she want to come? Okay. I didn't know if Commissioner was. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll put it there. Okay. The rest is over here, so it's pretty heavy. We move, okay. On the record, we have a commissioner that has joined us. Commissioner Gomez. And so we'll put it on the record that she's has joined us at, I didn't have the time, 6:51 p.m. Thank you. Okay. We move on to item 6B, parcel merger 23-05143 and development plan review 22-00033. A proposal to merge two contiguous parcels to facilitate the development of a 5,926 square foot truck tire shop and an attached 5,920 square foot canopy on .93 acres, located at the southwest corner of Commerce Drive and Johnson Avenue within the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. The requested action is to adopt resolution number 24-16, finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act review pursuant to section 15332, infill development projects, and approving parcel merger 23-05143 and development plan review 22-00033 to facilitate the development of a 5,926 square foot truck tire shop and an attached 5,920 square foot canopy on .93 acres. Based on the findings, subject to conditions of approval, and incident ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meeting, and/or site visits.
None for me.
None.
Yeah. A typical site visit, but I spent quite a bit of time. Thank you. At this time, presentation from the city. Oh, again, okay.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. As mentioned, we have this evening DPR 220033, also known as the Commerce Drive Truck Tire Shop. So this project site is actually just located just north of our storage facility. It's located also in the northern part of the city, surrounded just south of Commerce Drive, west of Johnson Avenue, and east of Lakeview Drive. Some of the surrounding uses include office buildings to the north, across the street from Commerce Drive. We have industrial building to the east, I believe it's the Skechers building, and we have vacant parcels to the west and vacant parcels to the south. With respect to the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, the subject site has a light industrial land use designation and is surrounded by other light industrial land use designations to the north, south, east, and west. Here's a site photo at the southwest corner of Johnson Avenue and Commerce Drive. Here is another site photo view north along Johnson Avenue. And here's a view west along Commerce Drive. Here we have before you the site plan. As mentioned, the project is proposing to merge two parcels to form a 0.93 acre project site. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing a 5,926 square foot building for sales, office, and storage, as well as a 5,920 square foot canopy to perform all the tire and maintenance activities for the trucks. Access to the site will be off Commerce Center for trucks with a left in. Trucks would go then straight down underneath the canopy to get serviced. In the event that a large truck would have to maneuver around that, or an emergency service vehicle will have to go around that, there is plenty of access one way to exit the site, and with a control left out along Johnson Avenue. For autos or domestic vehicles, there is a controlled designed driveway along Johnson Avenue for vehicles to make a right in only, for employees to only park in their designated parking area, and to exit along Commerce with a right out. With respect to the approved truck route that we have, the subject site can easily follow the truck route to have trucks be serviced. They would exit the 215 freeway, go along Placencia Avenue, north on Indian Avenue, east on Morgan Street, south on Redlands, and west on Sinclair, and down Johnson to access the site. And to exit, they would just follow the same route. And again, all in compliance with the truck route map that we already have approved. Here we have the applicant's landscape plan, which provides drought-tolerant landscaping. Unfortunately, we are just deficient by 0.7 to meet the requirement. However, there is a condition that the applicant will work with staff to make it meet the requirement of 12%. If we were to add the off-site landscaping, we would be at 15%, but the code specifically asks for on-site. But we feel that staff can easily work with the applicant into making it meet the 12% requirement. With respect to the industrial development standards, they are all met with the exception of the landscaping, and as well as the parking standards as well. Here we have a rendering of the building. As you can see that there is a vertical articulation. There is a horizontal siding that is provided at the base of the building and at the corner of the building to provide overall interest to the proposed project. I believe Ms. Arvizu has a little color board. Ms. Arvizu, if you don't mind, thank you. The applicant has also provided their signature, kind of a cobalt blue or a crimson red as well, to add more interest to the building as well. Here we have the 2D elevations. The north elevation will be the view from Commerce Drive. The west elevation is the interior view. The top elevation is the south elevation interior view, and the bottom elevation is the view from Johnson Avenue. Therefore, staff's recommendation this evening is for the Planning Commission to adopt PC Resolution 2416, categorically exempting parcel merger 23-05143 and DPR 22-0033 from the California Environmental Quality Act under Section 15332 for an infill development project, approving the parcel merger and the DPR based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. The applicant representative is here this evening, Mr. Pulliman, and we also have Mr. Lombike, who is the project architect here this evening as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Obviously, if the applicant would like to make a presentation statement, just state your full name and spell your last name for us, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Norman Pulliam, quality management applicant and project manager for Nick and Veronica Gonzalez. I'm here to answer any questions that the council might have, and I want to thank you.
We're not quite the council yet, so just a commission. Listen. We don't get confused.
Thank you and your staff for all the help you've given us on this project so far.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the compliment, but we're not quite elevated yet. Are there any questions for staff and/or the applicant? Sure.
I have a quick question. In regards to the landscaping, what was the issue you guys were facing that you couldn't meet the required 12%?
We're just off by 0.7%, and we feel that by working with the staff, we can correct that and be in compliance with your 12%.
So the project won't be finalized as 11.3%. When it's built, it's going to be more than that.
It's going to be in compliance with the 12%.
Okay. And I noticed that you guys have 24-inch box trees. Would you be open to upgrading it to 36-inch box trees?
Yes, we would.
Okay, perfect. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. In regards to the, was there an ad hoc meeting? Did I hear that there was an ad hoc? Was an ad hoc meeting requested, or was it recommended to the developer, to the applicant?
Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Question for staff, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There was no ad hoc meeting.
Was it recommended?
No, because the applicant was willing to work with staff on adding articulation that would be consistent and colors that would be consistent with the buildings in the surrounding area. There are two buildings, I believe, on Ryder that has similar articulation, and on the entrances, they have the same architectural features, one in red and then one in blue, two separate buildings. So this building kind of mirrors some of the architectural features that are already in those buildings.
Okay. And I do have a question regarding the truck route. It said it's within the truck route itself. How can we make sure that that's going to be the route taken? I think that's a question for possibly for engineering or for a project.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It just seems like a lot of twists and turns.
So speaking for engineering here,
Oh, yes, I actually have a very specific question for you.
Yes, of course.
So I know that in the past, we've had this question regarding the truck route on Placentia Avenue, that wasn't there a plan for there to be some sort of deviant to not allow trucks to go down Placentia into the residential area in the past?
well, according to the city's truck route,
Yes.
Placentia Avenue is a truck route.
But how far down is it a truck route?
At least what is posted online, it's all the way further east, actually.
Yeah, and then up north to Morgan Street
So what's
I'm
to
seeing
keep
all the
the
way to
trucks from
Marietta.
driving down?
Yeah, Marietta to the freeway. So basically all the way to the end of Placentia.
Okay. So, I mean, looking at this map, there's no way to determine that they're going to stick to that route, right? Am I correct on that?
So speaking just from engineering, we have a condition in there, no trucks on Ramona Expressway, no trucks on Paris Boulevard.
Right.
Stick to the truck route.
Yes.
At that point, it's an enforcement issue.
Okay, so we're gonna leave it up to enforcement. We need to get a little creative with creating conditions for these buildings so that they are also held accountable for trucks not going in the direction that they're supposed to. So is there any recommendation that city staff can make to allow for such enforcement? I think by this time we should, if we haven't been creative enough, I think we need to start being more creative than we have in the past.
So from an engineering perspective, we could put up signs, and I know we've done that in the past, no trucks down this street, truck route straight ahead, truck route to the left. And, you know, at that point, if a trucker doesn't follow the sign, it's an enforcement issue. I can't speak for other departments as far as, you know, what could be done to encourage this, but from
So-
engineering, it's a signage and striping issue.
Would engineering be able to look into the, I mean, if we're going to go out there and make sure that this is done, would engineering department be interested in looking into lighted signs such as other cities have? So I've seen these very well-lit signs. It's like the ones for pedestrians, but it's actually around a truck saying no trucks beyond this point, and it blinks. I would say if you're planning on using Indian Avenue, then put it there. But realistically, they're going to go all the way down to Paris Boulevard. Paris Boulevard is not a truck route, so how, I think we need to work on that. Is that something that you
Yeah,
can
no,
work on?
that's a great idea. That's something we could look into and implement citywide.
Yes.
Not specific to this project, but just citywide.
Okay, so this would be a good place to start with this project, and then come back, because I know the applicant is asking to work with city, so I think that this would definitely be included as a starting point for that specific type of request. That's it for me for now. I'll let my colleagues continue.
Okay, I have several concerns. Number one being also the truck route, because I think they're gonna go to Paris, go up, take the shortcut. Ryder is not a truck route, because I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna go down to Paris, go north, go right on Ryder, and go in. So I'm really concerned about that. Number two, do we have pictures of those buildings that were blue and red? Because I drive Ryder every single day, and I haven't seen them. So,
Yes, yeah. So these were actually constructed by the same applicant this evening.
this one doesn't have red.
That one does.
That one does.
Yeah, and these are along Commerce.
Yeah, and
They are
I think some of the buildings
just,
behind that were
west.
like that beige color are now gray. Because I know that area very well. They have also changed their color scheme to match the surrounding color schemes a little bit more. I think there's just one that's still that tan and beige color behind it, but I know for a fact one of them has now changed their color to match the grays. I'm not thrilled with the colors at all. I also wanted to ask if an ad hoc was recommended for color schemes, for trucking, for access, because although that northern driveway is right only for autos, there's no division, there's nothing, it's not meeting our landscape requirement. So I have quite a few concerns.
Commissioner Jimenez, if I can just clarify, the operation of this use is by appointment only, so you're not going to have like a warehouse where you're going to have trucks coming in and out and queuing. You're basically going to have the employees parking in the parking area that's high with the dash lines, and any trucks that are serviced are because they have made an appointment to be there. It's not going to be a highly trafficked area for trucks, but we can have the applicant speak to the operation of the business a little bit more so that you can understand how it's going to operate.
Well, even if that's the case, they're still going to be commingling on that northern entrance. That's my concern.
Right.
Where normally we divide it completely or we separate. So even if it's by appointment, they're still going to be commingling.
Right, but if I can just clarify, the employees are going to be the ones parking in the parking area. So when the trucks are coming or going, the employees are going to be inside the building working. So you're not going to have vehicle or passenger vehicles coming in and out.
have some
as
if
you
they go
would
to
in
lunch.
a retail area.
Yeah, I just really like to keep it separate because they may be leaving for lunch, taking breaks, leaving
Just
early.
wanted to clarify
Yeah, no, I
the operation
understand,
of the
yeah,
business.
but I really like to have it separate. Is there a reason we didn't use Johnson for autos to exit?
That's what the applicant preferred, to have that circular motion there with the autos, enter in on Johnson there, and then leave on Commerce. So right in on Johnson, right out on Commerce. And to answer your question about that northerly driveway on Johnson, the width of that driveway wouldn't be adequate enough for a truck to make a safe turning movement on there. So just by the design of the driveway, you wouldn't have trucks taking a right into that driveway where the autos are supposed to park. They'll
No,
be
yeah,
Yeah.
that's not my concern. My concern is the commingling of,
on Commerce.
yeah, because even you see the route the truck would take to go around the side, it's cutting right into where the autos would be exiting.
Right, the turning movement of the truck.
I would
right.
prefer that one just be for trucks and not at all for,
So one thing with that driveway, obviously, it is just ingress for trucks and egress for autos. So you're not having a queue of trucks and autos on the same line. It would be separate. So it is commingling, but at the same time, it's separate where it's egress for autos, ingress for trucks. So it's a little different from a true commingling.
maybe it's just me, but I'm looking at that route that truck is taking to make a left and it's cutting into where auto would be. So
I
Concerned
think
with that.
with the really, I don't want to step on you guys. The autos coming in would just be turning right out, and the trucks would be turning left in, as you get, there's the diagram of the truck, so it wouldn't be, that driveway is 46 feet? I didn't see a number there. The northern one on Commerce.
It looks like it's 50 feet.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah.
So the only way they stop it is if they come in left from, well, we're assuming they come in, from right, they're turning left and you're just going right, there's an auto. So that way it's not intersecting. And they're just coming this way, the autos would just be going here. So it's
I
not,
understand, but look at the path the truck is taking to
Yeah,
get into the.
turning it left, right,
Do you
over
see
here.
its line here? It's cutting into where the auto would be trying to exit.
yeah. Or they'd have to make a way to where they couldn't.
Yeah.
They would have to wait for the auto to make that right turn out. And, with the low traffic on Commerce and the minimal truck traffic coming into here, it
is there no
wouldn't
way
happen
to-
too often.
Yeah, but is there no way to avoid that? Because that's a condition that we usually put on all our developments, and this is the first of its kind, so we're trying to establish.
No,
This site plan is unique in a way because it's so condensed.
yeah.
There aren't ways to move the driveway further away. So you only have so many locations for a driveway. And for this type of operation to work in this condensed spot, that's the only way this would work. So it's a little more unique from a typical, light industrial, multi-100,000 square foot issue. So it's a condensed location.
No, I understand, but I'm trying to see if we can just keep all auto traffic and having another option be at landscaping from that corner to the corner of the building to divide auto from, and I understand there's not gonna be a lot of trucks, there's not a lot of bays for them to work on, it's appointment only. But just really avoiding that commingling as much as possible.
Maybe, I don't know if the applicant wants to speak on this as far as operations go. Maybe that would be a little more clear for why
Because
the
Johnson's not
commingling
busy and
needs
there's
to
only
happen.
6 to 8 employees exiting, so I don't see why that Johnson Avenue exit wouldn't work for both.
We reviewed this extensively with the traffic consultant, and the determination was they didn't want them to go out on Johnson because if they did, then that would have to have a wider exit on that point. So we narrowed that exit down so it could only be used as an entrance to get in. And the exit on Commerce Street, they can go right out on Commerce Street without creating a boondoggle. And there's no way a truck would go in there and try to go out on Johnson Street, and that was their concern. So that's the reason we laid it out that way. We worked on it several different concepts, and this is what we landed with the consultants and the planners and everyone involved.
But an auto would be able to make. An auto would be able to make a left right exiting Commerce. We say right only, but they would technically be able to make a left.
Well, all of the traffic on Commerce, exiting on Commerce is encouraged to go right because of the way the curb is.
Just encouraged.
So one thing from a traffic perspective too, that northerly driveway on Johnson, because it's so close to Commerce, tight, condensed site plan, that right out would be a little unsafe because if someone's taking a right off Commerce, you wouldn't really be
See
able to
them.
see them taking that right. So I think that was the idea
was-
for this plan.
That was one of the things that came up during the discussions too.
And we didn't look at potentially switching right the building north with the parking. Was this the only option we looked at? Where the building was on the southern side, or did we look at maybe flipping the parking and the building, or would that not work, or would we have to reanalyze? Because then the parking would be, the access would be closer to the trucks exiting.
We did try different layouts with the building on the site, and we always came back, graduated back to this. This was the only solution to make the site work and function, and the owner-operator of this site has two other sites, and they agree with the layout and how it'll work, and that was the concept that we all landed on, all was in agreement on, this one, out of several different tries.
Okay, and what are those little doors? Are those, I'm looking through the plans and it doesn't really state what those little, like, it looks like doors next to the driveway on the northern side?
The trash enclosure?
Four of them?
Is that the trash enclosure?
Yeah, is there four?
Yes, there is.
There's a tree in front of there.
Oh, yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it for now.
Commissioner Jimenez, would it help to learn about how many trucks a day they serve? Just to give you an idea of the size of the operation.
Not really, I see the base. My husband owns a big rig, so I'm very familiar with big rig repair shops.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
make
No,
sure
yeah.
everything was clear.
Thank you.
So the items that are going to be paired are the large rigs or big rigs, do we pair tires and that is it? Or is it a lube shop or brake repair shop? Or what's the extent of repairs?
The main focus is the truck tires, and there is minor repairs to brakes or something like that that would happen, but mostly it's replacement of truck tires.
So no repairs of engines.
No significant repairs.
What is significant?
Well, I guess tearing the truck down and changing a motor or something, not getting into that. But something like a brake, check your brakes out if something was wrong with it or something like that. Minor repairs,
So, but engine repairs as well?
no.
Okay. When this facility's not in operation, how are if the trucks are still stored there, how is the place locked down and secured?
It has iron fence, wrought iron fence around two sides of it and an 8-foot-high block wall around the rest of it. So
But-
it's fully secured.
So the actual path and apron into the driveway actually has a rolling gate in front of
Rolling
it?
gates, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And this currently, the canopy has enough space for four vehicles underneath of it?
Yes.
One of my concerns that I have is that we have an accessible path of travel that that crosses all 4 lanes of the truck bays. I think if this project moves forward, I think it needs to be reviewed where that accessible path of travel needs to be located. I know it's located in that and goes that direction because of the trash enclosures, because
Well, that would either be behind the trucks or on the front side of the trucks on the other side of the canopy.
yeah, you know, Mike.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah, so it runs in front of it, and it's quite a large path in front of it. And I know what you're trying to achieve is trying to get the exact accessible path of travel to the trash enclosures. And I don't always agree with having to have the trash enclosures accessible, but we have to provide fair and equal opportunities and access to everybody with disabilities or non-disabilities. So if we move forward, I think that that has to be reviewed and relocated.
Well, are you referring to in the front of the building?
I am referring to along Commerce Street in front of the building.
On the front side of the building, there's a sidewalk all the way along there.
I'm talking about the hatched path in front of the truck access route.
The handicapped accessibility, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
it's
my
always,
concern.
it's in the clear,
So that's my concern.
sure.
No, I do have one more. Can you explain the materials of this building? What is it constructed of?
Excuse me?
What is the building constructed of?
It's constructed of block on the first 5 foot up and a metal building after that, and a metal canopy.
Alfredo, can you go to the elevations?
Okay.
So the first 5 feet is.
5 foot of masonry block wall, you can see it on the bottom of the building there, and metal after that, and, pardon me? Yes. I'll have the architect talk to you about that, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us, sir.
Yeah, my name is Lon Bike. I'm the architect for the project.
Could you spell your last name for us?
Pardon?
Spell your last name for us.
Bike.
Okay, thank you.
And the base of the building has a masonry wainscot. And then from there
Do me a
up-
favor, pull the mic up a little closer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
IT people are going to give it.
The base of the building has a masonry wainscot all around it on all 4 sides. Then from there up, it is a metal building, but we have pre-finished material on the side of the metal, so it doesn't look like your typical metal building. It looks more like a stick and stucco building when we're all done with the textures and colors. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, but can you, is this typical for this type of tire shop? Like, would I see this same type of building with like a, what is it, the other tire stores, like a, the other one that we have here? I cannot remember the name of it for another, just tires, for
A lot of the tire
example.
store buildings are constructed out of masonry,
Okay,
particularly the lower part of it, to prevent any damage to the building by a car accidentally backing into the building. And then with going up with metal system above the masonry base, it gives us more flexibility design-wise to introduce colors and different textures. So at the end of the day, I think it makes a far more interesting building for the community to look at.
it is very interesting to look at. I do appreciate the look of it. So is this typical for a tire shop to have a masonry 5 foot and then the rest of it be in a metal?
I've done a number of tire stores and automotive-related facilities, and most of them have masonry. Some have the wainscot and then a different material on top. But you normally wouldn't see like a stick and stucco building, because the building could be damaged by a customer backing in or one of the mechanics moving the truck or a car around. So we want that protection for the wainscot around the bottom,
I see.
around the bottom of the building, so the building's protected. And then from there up, we don't have to worry so much about someone backing into the building.
Oh, thank you. I think I learned something here, so I'm guessing this is for insurance purposes?
I'm sorry?
It's probably, does it help with the insurance?
I see that-
You don't have to answer that. I'm learning as I go. Thank you, sir, so much for your answering my questions.
If you have any other questions, I'm here to answer them.
Yeah, so I'm still questioning the materials of this. So on the first 5 feet, it's a CME black block wall, or is it a metal frame building with a
The wainscot.
stone wainscot on
The
front?
wainscot is masonry, and that'll go all the way down to the ground. And then the metal building is behind that, and that goes all the way up. And it also gives you a 8-inch relief on top of the wainscot masonry, again, to add some more detail and more interest into the building. I guess the best way to describe it is that you have the metal frame for the building, and then the wainscot is like a veneer applied to the outside of that metal frame.
So how thick is that stone? Is it
The
2.5 inches, or is it?
Masonry is 8 inches thick.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what masonry you think. So you got an 8-inch masonry in front of a
Metal frame.
metal frame?
Yes, sir.
Which has gypboard on one side and stucco or ephes on the exterior.
Correct.
And that is going from, that metal wall is going from finished floor to the top of the parapet.
That's correct.
Okay, so you have a huge reveal that's about 8 inches deep because of the masonry block.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. What is the canopy made out of? What is it, Allura panel, is it Trespa, what is it constructed
Well,
of?
the canopy is part of that metal building system, so that'll be metal, but it'll be different color. It'll be the blue color. And then just to kind of define that area is one of the reasons we looked at making that a different color. So it's easier for people to identify where the work bays are and when they first drive into the facility, they kind of have an idea where to go because of the different colors and different shapes on the building itself.
Okay, that's all the current questions I have.
Is there a reason why we were okay with leaving the bay open when we really try to keep Big Rigs hidden? And I know Commerce and that area is not super public, and I know how dirty it is to be changing out tires on an 18-wheeler, because there's 18 wheels, and if you're doing brakes, there's fluids too. Is there a reason why we chose to have the bay open like that? And
Well,
visible?
They can pull through the work base. They can pull it off of Commerce, they can drive straight underneath the canopy, and they have the work and the truck serviced, and then they can continue on and exit out from the south side of the canopy. It minimizes the turning around on site by the 18-wheelers.
And did we, for engineering, did we study if a truck is closest to the building, the radius of turn to be able to exit still on?
Yes, I did look at that, and we actually held an area back so it could have the proper turning. If it is parallel to the building and it's turning right next to the building, then we do have proper clearance for an 18-wheeler.
I can confirm that too.
So it would be a fluid turn, not backing up and going back and forth?
No, we're not
Even
backing
from
up.
the one closest to
Yeah, we're
the
not-
building?
We're not backing up on site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Okay. We're going to get to the public comment real quick. I just have one thing. They covered it. I think the city already mentioned one about getting it to 12% landscaping. So that would be if we go that direction, approval. And also, the COA number 46, we have a typo. And this is not a complete sentence. That's really nitpicking, but I have too much time, so I can nitpick. I think it's number 4, under fire. So I think it's fire is in, the letter N. And I think the sentence just stopped there, and I'm not sure what it was supposed to say. So
I'm sorry, which number?
40 is number 46, and it's number under fire, and it's in, the letter N. Mhm.
We can delete that condition since it has no,
Yeah. Other than that, that's about it.
okay,
To
thank
pick on
you.
the fire department, sorry. The one and only time.
We will work with them next
Okay.
time. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for me. Don't have anything else? Okay. As-
Alfredo, just real quick question. The drawings that were presented to you, what size were they?
My apologies. One more time, sir.
What size drawings were presented to you when you scanned these in?
They were PDFs, sir.
So they're PDF?
Yes.
They're just hard to read, so. That's why I'm asking so many questions and trying to understand what's really going on, because they're illegible.
Understood.
Can I ask, would the applicant be open to changing the color scheme? Because I really am not.
The color scheme that was handed to us, but we're talking about the other grays, and it doesn't seem to match. This is not really
No.
gray. so-
Those are very greige, the more beige than they are grays, and then the blue is not a cobalt blue, but like a royal blue, and the red is like a chili pepper red. It's heartthrob. So I'm not loving the color scheme for that corner at all.
Would you be comfortable if if the colors are consistent with the other colors of the two buildings?
With which ones?
The ones that are already built?
Can I see them again?
Absolutely.
I like this one and the other one. Can I go to the next one? Even that with just that accent of red, but the red on the other one is like really overpowering. The blue is really overpowering. So I think maybe even making the canopy that dark gray instead of the cobalt or royal blue. I think yeah. And then adding more of that veneer coloring, the darker one, because yeah, I'm not loving the colors that were presented at all. And
We can ask
is,
the applicant if he would be agreeable to for the colors to be consistent with the colors of the buildings that are already built. They were designed by him too.
Oh,
so
okay, good.
He
So
would be
he knows the
familiar with the
colors.
color scheme, yes.
okay, and then the fencing, the tubular fencing, is this what it's gonna look like on the other building? Is it gonna be black? Because this is like a odd color. Yeah.
It was just a decorative tubular steel building with decorative columns at every 75 feet on center.
But is it gonna be this color?
We didn't get into the intricacies of the color of the, it's usually black.
They're usually black, and when I think tubular, they look really nice, and it's a little bit nicer than,
Would the
What we're
commission
seeing
prefer
here.
black?
yes.
Okay. Black fencing it is.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. By looking at the palette, it was hard to tell with the grays on this one, so it's kind of, and I know I'm not necessarily colorblind, but it was not looking similar to that one, let's put it that way. Okay, at this time, we open it up, unless we had more questions. Thank you. We open up for public comment, and anyone wants public comment on this agenda item, and this agenda item only, is welcome to come and speak.
Nanette Plasencia.
Hello. As a resident that lives in the surrounding area, I ask that you don't adopt the resolution, finding it exempt from the CEQA review. The project is in a sensitive area across the street from nearby homes, and the trucks will be using high-density streets to get to the project site, so there will be more truck traffic. Truck shop will also be creating a large amount of hazardous waste when it's there. I also ask that you don't approve the parcel merger and development plan review to facilitate this development based off where trucks are expected to exit off the freeway. They have quite a drive to get to the shop. We don't need more trucks driving through our local high-density streets. I know there are better places to put this truck shop, like over by Harley Knox. Over there is nothing but warehouses in that area. Thank you.
I believe that was it. We don't have to have a blue card. If you wanted to come without a blue sheet, you don't need a blue sheet. No one else at this time? Okay, we close the public comment and the public hearing. Oh, there's no, okay. There's one comment. If the developer would like to make a comment, it's up to you. If the developer, yeah, it's totally up to you. If you'd like to make a comment, I should know that already.
We feel it's a good development, good use for the land, and it'll be good for the city, a good development for the city. And we feel like the route for the trucks is reasonable, and we encourage you to approve the project. And as far as the colors go, we're willing to work with the staff on colors and modify them so everyone's in concurrence with the colors, and it's the best we can do. We've worked on this project for over 2.5 years, and staff and everyone has helped us, and we hope you approve it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. We can't. We have to. Okay, that's it? Okay.
You want to close public comment?
Yeah, we'll close the public comment again. Open it back up to the commission. That's what I was going to say, but we'll comment. Whoever wants to.
So I'd like to entertain the idea of maybe asking for a continuance from the planning commission to be able to review the drawings a little bit more in-depthly. The ones that we have in this presentation are not legible. And I would like the opportunity, I don't think I can fairly review this project because I cannot read the drawings.
It's comment time.
I'd like to add, I'd actually like to add to that. I actually would like to make a motion for the entire project to go back to planning. I agree with what I heard today. There are other locations where this building can be placed. A few years ago, we approved a truck stop off of the Harley Knox area because we believe that the trucks that are coming into our city, they need a place to stay. And we believe that that would have been a fit place to have it. It hasn't been built. Actually, it's up for sale. That would be, for example, an area where this building could be because it fits the surrounding areas. It would be not only more accessible to the drivers who would need these services, but it would also mitigate potential issues with traffic from our local residents. Just for example, this morning, I was dropping off my children to the middle school on the hill, and a huge big rig drove right by me to get to Ramona Expressway, right in the middle of a residential area, and it had a box on it, and there's nothing you can do about it at that moment, and it's very frustrating. So we can talk about truck routes, but they are not being enforced effectively, and I don't know how many enforcement personnel you would need in order to make it happen, because if it's going to happen, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're doing it now, and they're going to continue to do it. I like the idea of having these services for our local truck drivers in this area to service the need of that specific industry. This is definitely needed, but I feel this is not the location for it. Many times it was expressed, it's a condensed area, and that's a very fancy word for saying the land itself is too small to hold this type of service area or this type of building. And it just didn't make sense. I understand the engineering worked on it thoroughly, looked all of the options, but it just did not, it just doesn't work for me. Also, at this time, I believe that the applicant could have been offered the opportunity to do an ad hoc meeting, specifically because of all the constraints. Second of all, it would be best to not waste the applicant's time, it would be best to bring it to Planning Commission with all of the requirements at least met. We would like for landscaping to be exceeded, especially in this area. However, with those requirements not being met, this application it does not qualify to be presented in front of the Planning Commission. And so that would be my motion for my fellow planning commissioners if they desire to do so, and that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Gomez, can I please clarify what your motion, if you're making a motion right now, what the motion is specifically?
The motion would be to send it back to planning in lieu of my vote to be not in favor.
So are you asking to continue the item to a certain
Yes.
future date in order for the applicant to work with planning? to
Sure,
prepare
if that
revised
works for the
materials?
applicant, yes.
Yeah, we still have some more discussion, so, but yeah.
Okay.
You've been quiet.
Initially, my initial problem with this project was obviously the fact that it didn't reach the required landscaping requirement. That's a condition I would like to add, that during the development of the project, that it meets or exceeds the landscaping requirement. Also, that it includes the 36-inch box trees rather than 24-inch. And I do see the issue that my fellow commissioners were having as far as the commingling with the truck and the vehicle traffic within the project. But I understand that it's a small space, it's a tight area, and that those streets, Johnson and Commerce, don't get a lot of traffic, so hopefully it doesn't bring any issues. And I do trust staff's recommendation with the flow of traffic within the project. If the commission does want to move forward with the continuance, I'm open to that. I'm also open to having staff take a look at whatever issues we have and move it forward.
I would also like to recommend a continuance. I'm really concerned with having an open area where we're working on big rigs, taking tires off, when we even protect parked big rigs from being seen on a public right-of-way. And here we are okay with having an open area, even if it was just the front that was covered, maybe reducing it to 3 bays instead of 2 or the 4, just with roll-up doors on this side at least, something just for the visibility impact. I also agree, there isn't a lot of big rig traffic in that area, and although I understand it would only be 3 or 4 couple of a day, we would be adding vehicles, miles traveled with a big rig, deep into the city with a really complicated truck route. It's like a map, looking for a treasure chest. Like, it's a really complicated truck route to get there, and a lot of potential alternatives that are not truck routes. That big rig I saw went right in front of the elementary school. And there was an event going on today that made it very unsafe because families had to park on the street. So I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, I have still several concerns with this not meeting the landscape requirements. I do have. I would like to continue it, maybe even send it to ad hoc or having some kind of meeting. I'm not comfortable with not being able to read, having to zoom in and then it gets distorted.
Well, just finally, and since you opened it, Chair, gave me opportunity here, I'm going to take it. I do believe that the applicants come to us and they want to hear our feedback and they want to work with us. And they've been told over and over again, we want to know what you want. So we're being pretty direct here. I think that a few of us have agreed that this is not a proper location for this. So having an expectation of taking it back and working with a staff, it's definitely, we're being considerate at that point. However, please take into account what we are letting you know now. So when you come back with your project or the application, understand what the expectation will be, because we do not want to waste our applicants' time. It is unfair to our applicants to lead them to believe that something will be approved when we are letting them know in advance that this location is just not the proper location. So I don't know how much more clear we can be without setting a false expectation to our fellow applicants. And I hope that's clear.
Yeah, at this time, I'm not expressly opposed to the location of it. It's a fact that I couldn't, I don't feel I can fairly make a judgment on the design intent of the building and just of the building itself. So that's my issue.
Okay, that won't be long, Angelo. Yeah, I don't really have too much of a problem. I can understand, but some of the other locations, it's a vast amount of money it would take to get those locations. So I think at this point, all I'm going to say is this, taking into effect what's been said. My number one thing would be ad hoc, I can go through a list. Ad hoc committee would be something that you would need to do. You can iron out a lot of these things in terms of where the additional landscaping would be, make sure the color scheme matches. The entrance, ingress, egress is one of those things that, you know, it can be designed, but all the auto could be on Johnson. You can widen the driveway. That's an easy solution. All truck on the north, all on the east. Boom. I've already solved it for you. But that's one of those things that ad hoc would do and just kind of brief. Second, for a developer, and this is for all of them, we had one that was very heavy before and it had all kinds of items. We don't really have anything to put in our hands other than that small board. So we can't really match colors. We don't know what the texture. We have an architect who has in the background, but we don't have anything, that background. So those things would help in that time, and that would kind of nail it down, because I think it comes down to not only having to meet the landscape requirement, but other things like the color scheme to make sure we're talking about is contiguous with the other stuff that's there. The box tree, that's a COA thing. But the idea that the colors and that stuff is important. The routes for the truck, if you do it all north, and that's a decision for you guys to go back and forth, then the truck thing changes. Because it's all trucks, and it's all passenger vehicles on that side. To me, that's pretty easy. Okay. So then you have also, too, storage of tires. Where the tires storage, we can't just toss them because I have to pay for tires to be. So where the tires to be stored, where is that on this? So the more detail, the more that through the ad hoc, not through us, through the ad hoc, they can iron it out. I think that would be beneficial. I don't have a problem with the location. I just personally don't, because I don't know where else you would put it in. I was over there 3 times, and I'm not talking about Ryder. I'm on Commerce Street. There's parked cars over there. Nothing on Johnson. And virtually nothing on Johnson. That's an easy street to take. I'm telling you right now, that's not a problem, Johnson. It's Commerce gets a little, they stack themselves on that street, so you're gonna have an issue widening that because you can't get trucks on that right now. I had a hard time just driving down that street. So it's not that easy on Commerce. But that's my suggestion, and I agree, at the very least, it could go to the ad hoc unless there's some other ideas, suggestions. But I think, I don't know about a date certain, but it'll be some, not 6 months from now, but some, whenever it could be.
We can continue it off calendar, and
Yeah.
at such time when we're ready to come back, we can renotice the project
Yes,
again.
yes. Okay, so if you're willing to do that, hopefully Sylvia get that one. We're talking about a continuance. Oh, wow, okay, I'll let you speak. We'll open up the public hearing again. Go right ahead.
What I'm hearing from you is that you don't like the location, but the location is zoned for what we're proposing.
That wasn't the
And
issue.
also, as far as the route, the truck route, directly across Johnson Street from us is a huge warehouse. And trucks are going to be in and out of there, and there's several other huge warehouses in the immediate area where the trucks are going to be coming in and out of. So we're just sitting in there in a place where we could service trucks that are already there in a lot of cases. And what good is the ad hoc meeting going to do if you don't like the location? You aren't going to approve us on the location. We based our whole plan on the zoning that allows the operation in that location.
What I will say is, well, at this point in time, we just went through a series of things that could be discussed through the ad hoc committee. We're not making decisions on that right now. So we don't want to go through and go back and forth on that thing right now. All we're saying is the ad hoc committee, at best, is some of the things that I laid out. It could be, it's talking about landscaping, those type of things that would be discussed with the ad hoc committee. And that's something we normally do with projects. It just happened that this one did not have one. So that's one of those things that we're not going to go back and forth on the specific issues. What we want to talk about, we're just talking about proposing that. So at this time, unless there's some other person that wants to speak on this item, at this time, we understand what you're saying, but at this time, we're just really discussing it from this standpoint. So the ad hoc committee is just something we're suggesting. We haven't voted on anything yet. We haven't made a full decision yet. So understand, it's not just one issue. It's the different issues, okay? So we'll close the public hearing, but that's one of the things that we have to decide on the motion if we even want to accept that, okay? So it's just a process. It's a
Yes.
process.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. And I did close the public hearing. Yeah, I did close it. Okay. Now, yeah, I was going to say, I just did. If anyone else had any comments, okay, we closed that public comment. You had made a motion, or whoever made a motion, so,
So I made a motion for continuance
okay.
in this project off calendar until the planning decides that it's either adequate for us to come back and review it, and the drawings are in a condition that can be reviewed.
Okay. And that's moved by Vice Chair Shively. Okay. Second. Why am I not seeing it?
Is it not?
Oh, okay. Seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. Okay. And that is the continuance of this project to a date off calendar, which will be specified later, to the ad hoc committee. Want to be very specific. Okay.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5 yes, this motion is approved. To continue, off calendar.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me on that one, Sylvia. Okay, at this time, do you want a quick 5 to 10 minute break? Because we have a major one. So we'll be ready. If you've turned in your blue sheets already, make sure you get them in if you want to speak. You don't have to. Okay. And we'll go to item C. Thank you. Brief recess. Oh, there he is. Okay, Mr. Shipley. What is this? Okay. I use this word reassembling the Planning Commission at 8:05 p.m. We're going to be on item 6C. I'm going to read it. Be patient. Yeah. General Plan Amendment 22-05326. Zone Change 22-05327. TPM 22-05328. Development Plan Review 22-00030. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of a 412,348 square foot industrial warehouse building on 19.9 acres located at the northwest corner of Sherman Road and Etherneck Road. Number one, general plan amendment and zone change to change the land use designation of 19.9 acres from community commercial to light industrial. Number two, tentative parcel map to consolidate 10 existing parcels into one 19.9 acre parcel. And number three, development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. Requested action is to adopt resolution 24-14, recommending that the city council certify the final environmental impact report. I won't read the SCH number. Adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program and approve general plan amendment 22-05326, zone change 22-05327, TPM 22-05328, development plan review 22-00030 to facilitate the construction of 412,348 square foot industrial warehouse building on 19.9 acres based on the findings, conditions of approval we've been given. Memorandum of understanding from Nathan Perez, or actually item 6C, this is common letters, Ethernet Logistics Project. We've gotten it, we've received it, we've seen, some of us have seen most of it in the past already before we even got here. So we want to make sure we put that into the file. There are attachments and letters of opposition to the project. The staff have reviewed the letters, determined the comments received did not raise any environmental, because you don't have it, concerns that have not already been addressed in the final EI prepared for this project, and a total of 8 comment letters in opposition to the project, which are provided in the following attachments for the record. Okay? And with that, do we have any ex parte communication, ad hoc committee, or site visit?
I was part of the ad hoc committee, and I did a site visit, and I drive by the location frequently.
I also went to ad hoc for this one.
Oh,
None for me.
no?
Familiar with the site and
Okay. And I've driven by several times. Okay. Thank you very much. And Mr. Nathan,
All right.
it's all yours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Before you, we have the Etherneck Logistics Center project. The project is located along Etherneck Road between Sherman and Trumbull Road. Some of the surrounding land uses, as per the slide, there's vacant land to the north and a contractor's yard to the north. There's also vacant land to the west of the site across from Trumbull Road. And currently, there's a Travel Center of America that's being processed currently right now. South is City of City of Menifee, city limits, and there's a combination of, essentially of commercial-based uses, auto repair shops, and also to the east is an existing non-conforming residential neighborhood. So this is a site photo of my visit right across from Etherneck Road. As you can see, the site is currently vacant. Here's looking a view west from Sherman Road, and behind there is the I-215 freeway. And here's a view east along Trumbull Road. So the project site is currently zoned commercial community. However, the applicant wants to rezone or process a general plan and zone change to rezone from commercial to light industrial to allow the facilitation of a construction of an industrial development or building. The project site is currently surrounded by commercial to the north and also light industrial to the north, and also commercial to the west. To the south is City of Menifee city limits, currently per staff's research. That is zoned per the City of Menifee as Business Park. And also to the east is also Business Park. I would like to also point out that Business Park allows industrial development per the City of Menifee zoning code. Here's the proposed site plan, which consists of 412,348 square feet on 19.9 acres. There's currently 2 points of access. Truck access will be provided along Trumbull Road, as you can see there. And also, passenger vehicle access will be provided along Etenac Road. Also, there's no access along Sherman Avenue, which is facing the existing residential community along Menifee. And the applicant has since revised to remove the driveways along there. There's 106 parking spaces and 134 trailer spaces dispersed throughout the whole site plan. And the landscaping is roughly around 134,000 square feet, which is around 15%. I would like to point out that the landscaping, all the trees will be 36-inch box trees per the request of the ad hoc, and the applicant has actually updated the plans to include that also. Also, the industrial development will have 2 points of amenities, which are shown in the yellow boxes, which are pretty much shaded areas that will allow, employees to go out there and to enjoy, eating outdoors. Okay, so essentially, here's a cross-section that depicts the easterly cross-section, which includes a 300-foot buffer from the nearest residence. As depicted, as you can see there, there's a 14-foot high wall, which has a 3-to-1 berm that leads up to the 14-foot high wall, which will have a reduced visual of an 8-foot high screen wall along Sherman Road. Also, the applicant's proposing a 53-foot wide landscape area to pretty much buffer and soften the screen wall along Sherman Road. Overall, the development complies with the Good Neighbor Guidelines by providing this 300-foot separation. City staff has reviewed the project with the light industrial standards, and it complies, and also with the parking standards. So it complies with both the parking standards and the development standards of the LI zone. Here are the building elevations, and if Ms. Orbizo could pass out the color and materials board. And I know the commission wants to see what type of material the building has. So the building provides articulation by incorporating accommodation and bearing roof lines, substantial cornice treatment, vertical and horizontal windows, intermittent recessed panel windows, and vertical elements. And per some of the materials, there's 3 building materials that have been added to the exterior of the building, including 2 types of decorative tile veneer, which is stone veneer, and also matte porcelain tile. And the third is the metal horizontal siding, which is before you. The elevations will have pretty much variation in height, and also has a pretty good base body and cap to break up the building. And here's the rendering during the daytime. So you can see the building doesn't have a flat wall, but yet it has varying roof heights, like I mentioned earlier, and also the wall planes kind of staggered back and forth. And this is a nighttime view. So as you can see, it provides lighting. So as part of this project, the applicant is proposing the following community benefits. The developer will contribute $1 million, which $500,000 will be paid prior to building permit issuance, and the remaining $500,000 will be paid prior to occupancy for a new fire station to serve the southern area of the city. The contribution can also be reallocated at the discretion of the city for other community-based programs. Also, the developer would contribute $500,000 to the fair share contribution for the Barnett Road alignment at Ethanak Road and for the I-215 Ethanak Road interchange improvements. So in total, the applicant is proposing $1.5 million in community benefits as part of the project. The applicant has also conducted community outreach, as a matter of fact, 2 times, once on February 23rd of this year, and most recently, September 6th, which was on a Friday. The applicant was able to go door to door and actually get some feedback from the community. They actually received 10 support cards and also 10 signatures in support of the project. Also, the canvassing included 78 residences and businesses around the perimeter of the project site. And to date, city staff has not received basically any type of inquiries from any residential people that live around there concerning the project. So this is as part of the project requires environmental impact to be prepared. And during the notice of availability, we received 8 letters from SoCal Gas, CAL FIRE, RTA, City of Menifee, Agua Caliente Band of Indians, Riverside County Flood Control, SQA and AQMB, MD, and Advocates for the Environment, and none of their comments raised additional environmental concerns not already addressed in the EIR. So the EIR concluded that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below than significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures with the exception of transportation BMT, vehicles miles traveled, which has been identified as a significant and unavoidable. So therefore, the adoption of a statement of overriding considerations would be required in order to approve the project. And before I conclude my presentation, as Chairman Hammond mentioned, staff received a total of 8 letters in opposition, which are before you for consideration, which included a letter from the City of Menifee. And staff has reviewed that letter, and city staff respectfully disagrees with the City of Menifee. Based on these letters, none of these comments received raised any environmental concerns that have not already been addressed in the final EIR prepared for this project. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2414, recommending that the City Council take the following action. 1, certify the final environmental impact report and adopt the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. Number 2, approve General Plan Amendment 22-05326, Zone Change 22-05327, Tentative Parcel Map 38600, and Development Plan Review 22-00030, and Development Plan Review 22-00038, subject to the conditions of approval. So this concludes my presentation. The applicant would like to make a presentation for this project.
Thank you very much, sir. Stay around. And wherever the applicant is, oh, okay. Thank you. And as always, we ask this, just state your full name and, state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Morse with Hillwood, the applicant. Hillwood has worked with the stakeholders of the community over the last 2 years to ensure the proposed project meets or exceeds the city's architectural, landscape, and circulation standards. We've also walked the community twice and have been able to incorporate the feedback into the project design, as staff has just mentioned. So I hope you will see the collaboration with these stakeholders resulted in a wonderful project here. So here is the project location. As staff just mentioned, we think the use is compatible with the surrounding land use. To the north is industrial, as just mentioned. To the south, there's 3 proposed or approved industrial projects in the city of Menifee. And then to the west is the Ethonac Travel Center, which is a transportation-focused gas station. Here's a circulation plan. As we learned from the ad hoc committee, this is the infrastructure improvement plan. We're proposing $6.5 million of public infrastructure improvements as part of this project. We're doing the road improvements along Trumbull, Ethonac, and Sherman roads. The most significant infrastructure improvement is the public storm drain from Illinois Avenue down to Trumbull Road. This extension does 2 key things for the city. First, it alleviates the flooding that is occurring in Sherman Road. And second, it will help facilitate commercial development in the city. So here's a circulation plan that was mentioned by staff. We went to ad hoc committee to get feedback on this, as well as work with planning over the last 2 years. So there'll be no truck traffic or autos on Sherman Road. We've separated autos and trucks, so autos will be Ethonac entrances only, and trucks will be on Trumbull Road only. So no trucks past Trumbull Road. So we take pride in collaborating with the stakeholders of the community to make sure that we're bringing a first-class project to the city of Paris. Over the last 2 years, we made a lot of changes to the site plan, the building architecture, and traffic plans based on the feedback we received from staff, ad hoc committee, and various stakeholders. So here's a list of all the changes that we've made. We revised the site plan per City of Paris and Menifee concerns of access on streets with sensitive receptors. We revised building features to incorporate more pop-outs along Ethonac Road frontage, reduced the amount of glazing at the building center and corners, added additional accent materials included along the eastern building face. We widened the truck driveways to allow for additional dual-stack queuing of trucks to eliminate trucks on Trumbull Road, revised sidewalks to allow the buffer of the landscape between roadway and sideways, increased landscape standards to the 36-inch box trees within the setbacks along Sherman, Trumbull, and Ethonac, provide a 14-foot screen wall, increase the size of the city element welcome to the City of Paris monument sign, and we added outdoor amenity areas for the future tenant activities. So here's a rendering. Just want to highlight the changes and the enhancement to the architectural elements. Less glass at the corners per the ad hoc committee recommendation. Pop-outs in the center of the building along the frontage. And we added metal siding. So the building looks really good, and we thank you for your collaboration on the design of this building. Here's the view looking north on Sherman, the east side of the building. Again, we made various changes here, as you can see. Increased the size of the Welcome to Paris sign. Planning staff requested the uplighting of the landscape, which we've added, and we've included the 36-inch box trees along the setbacks of all 3 roads, Ethonac, Trumbull, and Sherman. Here are the elevations for all 4 sides of the buildings. These have been enhanced by the collaboration with staff and ad hoc. Commissioner Lopez pointed out the buildings look too continuous, so we broke those up along the east side, which we have done. Aluminum was added to the accent along the east side, so we appreciate the collaboration. We think we have a better designed building here. Here are the community benefits that we're proposing as part of the project, totaling over $15 million. The first is $1 million contribution to future fire station, $500,000 for the city infrastructure improvements along the Ethonac corridor. Again, the 109 36-inch box trees. In addition to the Ethonac corridor improvements, we are doing street widenings on Ethonac, Trumbull, and Sherman. Storm drain extension to alleviate the flooding in Sherman Road and allow for commercial development in the city. The project will generate $1.2 million in taxes annually, $5.7 million in fees to the city, and most important, create 800 jobs, 500 union construction jobs, and 300 permanent local jobs. Here is some of the community outreach that was just mentioned. So we were able to walk the surrounding communities on 2 occasions. The first is February of this year, and the second is September 6th of this year. So we did the canvassing ourselves, and we were able to get 10 support cards at each event for a total of 20 support cards. So here are the flyers that we used during the canvassing campaign. As you can see, one was in English and one was in Spanish. We also had a bilingual team member present during both canvassing campaigns. So the flyers highlighted important information about the project so we can answer all the questions the community had. After speaking with the residents, the top concern we heard was the flooding in Sherman, and we have addressed that in the feedback within the project design. Here's the vicinity map of the 78 homes that we visited. So we visited all 78. We spoke to about 30 of the residents. Some did not answer or weren't home. And of the 30, we've gotten the 20 support cards. So about a 67% approval rating for the project for those people that we spoke to. So Hillwood is a leader in building sustainable projects. We are part of the LEED Volume Program, which means all of our projects are LEED certified across the nation. The proposed project is designed to be LEED Silver certification. We'll be doing rooftop solar. We'll be doing electric vehicle charging stations. So this will be a sustainable project. The proposed project will generate an estimated 800 jobs for local residents of Paris. As I mentioned, 500 union construction jobs and 300 permanent local jobs. Hillwood has a longstanding relationship with the union labor who will be part of the construction of this project. We have our partners here tonight from Liuna Carpenters Ironworkers. We thank you for your great partnership over the last decade. As I mentioned, 300 full-time jobs will be generated for local City of Paris residents. These are good-paying jobs, healthcare benefits, 401k plans, and paid time off. As mentioned, the project was also designed to exceed the city's good neighbor policies. So project driveways, loading docks, internal circulation routes are designed to be located away from sensitive receptors. The project's landscaping will exceed the Paris design standards of 24-inch plants, as we will put in 109 36-inch box trees. The project is designed with an increased on-site queuing of trucks away from sensitive receptors, preventing the queuing of trucks on the surrounding public streets. And Hillwood has a long history of giving back to the communities we work within. We've been a contributor to the City of Paris over the past couple of years, attending and hosting events for its residents. Some of these events include the City of Paris Annual Toy Drive, Christmas Toy Drive, donation to the March Air Force Museum, helping various Buffalo Soldier Heritage Association events, and we hosted a Teacher's Appreciation Lunch at Columbia Elementary School in Paris. Here are some of our national partnerships: Habitat for Humanity, Carry the Load, North Texas Food Bank, and of course the local school supply drives for students here in the Inland Empire. This is our local team in the Inland Empire. We've been in the Inland Empire community for almost 25 years. Our offices are located here in Ontario with close proximity to the proposed project. This will ensure that we will get this project completed on time. In closing, we believe we've addressed all of the recommendations from city staff, ad hoc committee, and the residents we have spoken to. Hillwood's tried to go the extra step and canvass the surrounding community twice to make sure we knocked on the doors of the community to inform them of the project, along with incorporating their feedback into the project design. We increased the landscape to 36-inch box trees. We've redesigned the site plan to eliminate access on Sherman Road, so there's no access next to sensitive receptors. We've increased the driveway widths for more on-site queuing to keep trucks off Trumbull. We've separated truck and auto traffic. Trucks will be on Trumbull, and the autos will be on Ethanak. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. And at this time, are there any questions for staff and/or the applicant?
I have a quick clarifying question. Nathan, you mentioned on Sherman, there's gonna be a 14-foot block wall. Is that gonna be included on Trumbull as well?
Let me show the exhibit here. Let's see here. So Commissioner Lopez, anytime, you have loading docks or any type of, parking of trailers, you're required to have a 14-foot high wall. And also, in front of that wall, you have to have a berm to make it, to reduce the visual height up to 8 feet. So yes, there will be a 14-foot high on Trumbull and also on Sherman Road.
Perfect, thank you so much. I have a question for the applicant. In regards to the public outreach, you showed us a flyer in one of your slides. Does the flyer include or inform the community that it's going to be a rezone, or were you guys just giving details of the project as it is?
Yes, sir. You know the routine. State your full name and spell your last name for us.
Oscar Valadez, that's Valadez. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Commissioner Lopez, to answer your question, yes, it was requested after your attendance at the ad hoc that we add a notification that the project is going to be a change of zone. That is something that we communicated to the residents while doing the outreach, but for clarity purposes, we did add it to the flyer as well.
Perfect, thank you so much. I have another question for the applicant. I just want to know what your guys' process was in choosing this type of design for the building versus sticking with community commercial. Was that something you guys thought about or considered? Or maybe like something that I would have considered was probably doing the south side of the project, community commercial, and then industrial in the back, just to give that Ethernet some more commercial. But I just want to know your guys' thought process behind that.
Yes, and I believe we did discuss briefly at the ad hoc, while Hillwood, as an applicant and developer, they are an industrial developer, and commercial is not typically something that they would construct. There was recognition that there is an existing land use of commercial, but given that the properties and the area really being oriented now and shifting towards transit use commercial as well as industrial uses within the city of Menifee and uses now proposed to the north and east being related to business park, semi-industrial. That was the thought process when evaluating the site.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Nathan. Let's see. I have questions for, I do have questions for the applicant. Do we know, would you share who, there's a refrigeration part to this building. Do we know who the tenant is or future tenant is going to be? Do you have a tenant? Or is this a spec building?
This is a speculative building, so there's no tenant known at this time.
Is the refrigeration request in case the tenant wants refrigeration, or is it going to be built as refrigerant?
It's just in case the tenant wants it. So typically, we would not do that speculative.
Okay. Let's see. I wanted to go more into the reason why I'm asking if there is a tenant is because there are additional questions that would be able to be answered if we knew who the tenant was. Okay, I'll give my colleagues an opportunity.
Okay, I did want to ask, excuse me, this weather. I wanted to ask how that particular school was selected to receive the luncheon.
We looked at the schools that were in close proximity to the project, and so we selected that school to do the luncheon, so.
That school is pretty far away. There's Orange Vista and several on the other side. That's why I was curious, because if you did a radius, that school's actually not that close. Did you visit any Paris Unified or any other district schools that are also in proximity?
We haven't to date, but we're happy to do that. Yeah.
So you're saying you scoped out this school based on distance, right?
Correct.
Okay. My second question was, I wanted to clarify what the mitigation measures were for not so much vehicle miles traveled, but the transportation and access to the freeway, because there was another one just approved on the other side. What mitigation did we come up for that?
So yes, there's various conditions with this project, engineering conditions, widening adjacent. So on Ethanak, widening to general plan. I forget the 67 feet from the center line to the right of way. So in the future, Ethanak will be 3 lanes westbound, 3 lanes eastbound. So they're doing their portion on their north end of Ethanak. Same thing with Trumbull, same thing with Sherman. And then the existing signal at Trumbull and Ethanak, they'll be modifying that to accommodate the widening.
Okay, and now can you tell us, or maybe our CEQA specialist, what concerns were brought up that cannot be, where the vehicles miles traveled could not be mitigated, or what the overall impact was?
Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Jimenez, the EIR identifies 2 mitigation measures to reduce the VMT impacts, one of which is a voluntary commute trip reduction program, basically having someone on site developing an employee commute trip reduction program. And the other one is providing carpool and van pool spacing. Now, using sort of standard assumptions, if you will, the VMT analysis shows that would actually reduce the VMT impact to a less than significant level. But just like Commissioner Gomez was saying, we don't know who the actual tenant is going to be, so we cannot guarantee the effectiveness of those 2 programs. So as a result, the EIR concludes that even though these mitigation measures are identified, we're going to still call the impact significant and unavoidable, just because we cannot ensure that the actual amount is reduced. But there are those programs, which are standard programs, and implemented in other facilities around and are actually common throughout the state. But that's why we're calling it significant and unavoidable.
Thank you. My second question was for the developers. How can you ensure that there will be 300 full-time employees with those benefits at this location?
So those are the estimates based on the building size. So a building of this size, that's the estimated employee base. So of course, we can't guarantee that, but we do work with Fortune 50 companies, and that is the feedback that they give us, that's the type of plans that they have for their workers.
And Commissioner Jimenez, to finish the infrastructure point, a few more items. They're conditioned to concrete the intersection for Trumbull and Ethanak, concrete the driveways along Trumbull, and contribute their fair share, $500,000, towards the interchange and Ethanak corridor.
Just to confirm, concrete, not asphalt?
Concrete just for the intersection and the 2 driveways. There's a exhibit as
asphalt.
part of our engineering conditions that show the limits of that.
Okay.
Michael, can you clarify one statement? which is what are the requirements for the adoption of the statement of overriding consideration?
That when you have a significant and unavoidable impact as identified in your environmental impact report, the lead agency, in this case the City of Paris, is required to make a statement that they find that the benefits of the project outweigh the significant and unavoidable impact of the project. So that's what you would be having to do. Or not you, in this case it would be the city council, but the city would have to say that we understand that there are these significant and unavoidable impacts, but there are benefits of the project that outweigh those particular impacts.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So we're talking about the widening and eventually being 3 lanes each? Do we have a time frame for that?
No, unfortunately, the south side of Ethonac is City of Menifee right-of-way, and there are pre-existing property there, so we don't have control of that side of Ethonac there.
Oh, okay.
There is a project from the Menifee side that they are, in the near future, they will be widening Ethonac to 2 lanes in both directions, east of the freeway to, I think, I forget, but that's in the works, but that's pretty much all I have at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think they kind of asked the questions. I have other issues, but I think going back to that issue about the other side is Menifee, because it's Menifee, this project is not necessarily contributing to the widening. So would that be something that Menifee would be doing the whole street, because this makes a big difference? And their timetable may be totally different. If they're not doing it currently, then you're going to be stuck with whenever they decide to do it.
Well, this project will be doing the widening along their frontage on the north side.
Yeah, on the front, right.
Right.
But not the south.
Not the south.
See, that
They
makes
don't
it
have
big.
control over that.
And the signals would be part of,
The signal at what location?
at Trumbull, and you're going to, those
So Ethonac
additions,
and,
enhancements on Trumbull and Ethonac.
yeah, Trumbull and Ethonac, that existing signal,
Yeah.
they would be required to modify that signal
Okay.
and get it to its condition, locations
right.
for
But would
operation.
that be the developer or in conjunction with the city of Menifee, or the developer alone? Since part of that is on Menifee.
The
That's still the
develop-
city of Paris side.
The developer would have to work with Menifee to get an encroachment permit to do that work.
Okay, just clarifying. Okay.
So you did say that the project on the south side with Menifee is going to widen the road in both directions as condition of their approval. Can you clarify where the property line or where the city limits divides Menifee and City of Paris?
So City of Paris is north of Ethonac and then west of Sherman, which is on the right side of the page right here. And then basically everything above that. So south of Ethonac, east of Sherman, that's all City of Menifee.
So is Ethonac basically split in two? One lane, currently one lane on the northbound side is City of Paris, southbound side split in Ethonac is City of Menifee.
Right, currently today, more or less, it straddles the center line.
Okay. And according to the project for Menifee, they need to improve both sides. So they need to work, that project needs to work with City of Paris to develop that second lane in Paris.
Yeah, they're coordinating with Paris for that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Okay, so quiet. Okay. At this time, we open it up for public comment. And what we're going to do, she has the blue sheets. What I'm going to do is have Sylvia, we're working her pretty good today here. She's going to call off at least 3 names on the top of the list. And we'd like to at least come forward and come close so we don't have to wait from the back of the room. So she's going to, not in particular order, but whatever she has on the sheets, we're just going to ask you to come forward. So once she calls your name, at least come to the front sheet. Obviously, you have your time. But just so you don't have to, this long wait for people coming in the back. Okay. She's going to announce, she's going to try to say the name as best she can.
The first 3 we have is Yolanda Williams,
Okay.
Noe Cabrera, and Stephanie Talavera.
Yeah, there's plenty of seats in the front row if you would like to sit there. Hmm? Was it Yolanda Williams? Was that?
Yolanda Williams.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Good evening, Planning Commission.
Good evening.
My name is Yolanda Williams, Williams. I have been a resident of Mead Valley since, 1975? And I do a lot of community work here within the city of Paris. I'm a former board member of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. I have 2 nonprofits, the Inland Empire Buffalo Soldiers Heritage Association, as well as Community Association of Paris, who previously owned the Mead Valley Community Center. And I want to give a plug out for Hillwood. All these years, whenever they undertake a project, they give it 210%. And they're always looking for ways to give back to the community. I have spoken with them, and I have made some suggestions, and one of my suggestions would be for this project that they're doing over on Trumbull Road is to help the community with a new fire station. It's much needed. Also, I'd like to see the junior high kids and the high school student, the seniors, have a pilot training program to become a firefighter. There are a lot of advantages to this project, and some might say there are a lot of disadvantages. But you can't have 100, 100, and 100 all the time. You have to take the bitter with the sweet. If Hillwood is blessed with your consent or your approval to adopt this, just expect nothing but the best from them, and your community will grow. As with everything, time, and patience. You hear a lot of projects, you do a lot of things, but what is best for your community? Where they are located at, I think is ideal because it doesn't interfere with any of the housing per se that's further on down. You have the water company, you have other businesses there, and it can only enhance your community. I vote for them, and I strongly urge you to vote for them as well, because we need that fire station down here. They have done so much in Mead Valley. Oh my God, they're family, okay? They are family. They support also my Buffalo Soldiers at March Air Reserve Base now. This is our 15th year, my 15th year as the founder.
Okay, thank you. The time just went. Thank you very much. Okay.
Noe Cabrera.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Noé Cabrera. Soy residente aquí de Perris. Llevo viviendo más de 14 años. Trabajo para los carpinteros.
Yeah, hold a sec. I get some words, but I can't. Yes, yes. Hold a second. He's going to come interpret. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we can stop the timer. Yeah,
Buenas noches.
yeah. Yeah.
Diga su nombre, por favor, y su apellido.
Sí.
For 6 minutes? or-
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Noé Cabrera.
We get more.
Good evening, my name is Manuel.
Noé Cabrera.
Noé Cabrera.
You get 6 minutes, right?
Soy residente de aquí de Perris.
And I reside here in Paris.
Llevo viviendo más de 14 años.
I've been living here more than 14 years.
Soy trabajador de los carpinteros.
I work for the carpenters.
Gracias a que entré aquí a los carpinteros, he podido comprar mi casa aquí en Perris.
And thanks to the carpenter group, I've been able to buy my home here in Paris.
Llevo trabajando más de 5 años en la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
I've been working for more than 5 years in the city of Los Angeles.
Paso más de 12 horas fuera de mi casa.
And I spend more than, ¿cuántas?
12
More than 12 hours away from my home.
Y yo vengo a apoyar este proyecto porque me está dando la oportunidad de trabajar más cerca de mi
And
casa.
I'm coming here to support this project because it actually allows me to be here at home, closer to my home.
Poder dedicarle más tiempo a mi familia,
To be able to dedicate more time to my family,
a mis hijos,
to my children,
y para poder llegar más temprano a mi casa.
and to be able to be home earlier
Por
at
eso,
home.
por eso vengo a pedirles que prueben este proyecto
That's why I'm here to ask you, to beg you to approve this project,
para poder pasar más tiempo con mi familia
so that I could be able to spend more time with my family,
y le den la oportunidad a muchos trabajadores pasar más tiempo con su
and
familia.
also to give other workers to be able to spend more time with their families as well.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You had more time if you needed it, but thank you.
Stephanie Talavera.
Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm appearing on behalf of the City of Menifee, and I'd ask that you please reconsider approving this project and send it back to staff for further review or consider a recirculation period. As they mentioned, of course, jobs near home are important. We're not minimizing that, but what's also important is health, the health of these children and the residents as sensitive receptors nearby. And I do understand that the South Coast Air Quality Management District made similar comments with respect to the inadequacies of the environmental review here. And so I'd like to consider also proposing recirculation with respect to those additional sensitive receptor test sites, which again is referring to residential homes, children, the elderly, vulnerable populations. I think at present, given the amount of time you spent on much smaller warehouse projects, on the particularities of the color, the material, this kind of approval for an over 400,000 square foot industrial warehouse that's immediately adjacent to residential homes needs a little bit more time and a little bit more consideration. And so that we'd ask that you please consider that, taking that action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll start again if we like the next three. Thank you, Sylvia.
Nolan Turnish. Alex Madrid. And Mr. Millen.
Okay, to start. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Vice, and to the other commissioners on the board. My name is Nolan Turnage, Turnage. I've been a resident here of Paris over 30 years. And I also am the Community Center Director for the Mead Valley Community Center. And I would like to say that 2 years ago, Hillwood came alongside our community center and have been a partner ever since. And our community center programming and benefits to the community has improved because of that. They have supported us in many ways. One of our big events for the community is our annual Thanksgiving meal. I've been doing that for over 8 years. In the last 2 years, because of Hillwood support, in addition to the meal, they have provided that each family goes home with a turkey as well. So just many different ways they have supported us. And one of the things I like about Hillwood is their long-term commitment to the community. It's not just a come in and a flyby and we support you till we get our project done. They continue to support after the project is done as well. So I'm 100% supporting Hillwood and what they bring to the community. Again, as a resident of over 30 years, I remember the days when we couldn't pay people to build in Paris. So I'm excited that we have different projects coming, and thank you so much for what you do for Paris.
Thank you very much.
Alex Madrid.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. My name's Alex Madrid, M-A-D-R-I-D. I'm a rep with the Western State Regional Council of Carpenters. I live and work and recreate in the vicinity. I know that the Western State Regional Council of Carpenters support this project. The developer, Hillwood, has committed to work with the contractors that will hire locally, utilize apprenticeship from state certified apprenticeship training program. Therefore, many of us will have an opportunity to work in the proposed project and will be able to provide for our families. I would like to express my support for this project as I believe that it will benefit the environment and the local economy by practicing protocols that will protect workers, health, and safety, and incorporate adequate environmental mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Mellon.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Andrew Melling, M-E-L-I-N-G is the spelling of the last name. Alex basically said the same thing I was going to say, so I'll be brief. Ditto with what he said. Woodhill has committed to using contractors that do pay area standards, and we look forward to working with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll do it again. 3 more.
The next three is Mr. Maldonado, McDonald's, I'm sorry. The Strutters. And Gastelum.
Good evening, City Planner, Commissioners. My name is Wanye McDonald, and today I'm here to speak in favor of the project here before you. So anytime we have over 400,000 square feet of construction on a warehouse space, that means a lot of jobs for a lot of people. Good jobs that will serve the people in this community with higher education levels and entry skill levels. Jobs that people depend on or seek to really be able to create revenue and finances to be able to sustain in today's society. So for those reasons, I just strongly encourage that you approve this project tonight. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good evening, Pastor Zach with CARE California. First of all, thank you for your thoroughness. So anytime CARE comes out to Paris, it's a blessing because we know you guys are doing your due diligence. This is the most beast mode ad hoc committee city that I've ever been to. I'm not sure what the ad hoc committee doesn't look at, but you guys are doing your job. So we want to point out a couple things. First of all, the community benefits, right? So CARE doesn't ever, never, not with Hillwood nor anyone else, come out and just rubber stamp support development. Quite to the contrary. So a lot of times, you know, you can hear like the Empire Strikes Back playing when we start to look at a project, because we're going to look at it with like just a fine-tooth comb. Does it make sense in the area? Yes, absolutely. Even in the city over, it makes sense in the area. All right. Like the speaker before mentioned, Wanye, eloquently, it creates jobs, you know, and roughly every 600,000 square feet of industrial space generates roughly about 400 jobs, permanent jobs, not to mention construction jobs. And then also, like Wanye had mentioned, a lot of times people have the misconception that warehouse is just entry level. That's not the case. We're next to one of the biggest ports in the entire world, in LA and Long Beach. So you're talking about logistics and distribution, but you're also talking about upper level jobs that can be transferred internationally. $15 million is also a lot for community benefits. And to be honest, even with cold storage, this isn't that big of a warehouse. 400,000 square feet may not be 50, but it's certainly not 2.5 or 6 million square feet. So the fact that they're choosing to make infrastructure improvements, not just roads, but with the drainage systems, the fact that they're giving back cash payouts and they're not waiting for full approval and shovel to hit dirt, but they're actually giving it in dispensations prior to that point, prior to the full permit issue, it says something about the nature of the developer. And then to boot, you know, Hillwood has done their job to make an impact in the community. That's why you hear the Buffalo Soldier representation saying, hey, these guys have done a good job, you know, so we would never come up here and tout developers just for the sake of doing it, for making buddies. They did their due diligence in this case. So for those and so many other reasons, CARE California absolutely overwhelmingly asks that you approve this project. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Joshua Gastelum, Gastelum, and I am here to in favor of the Etenac project. With 412,000 square feet, that's around 300 jobs, and that's not including the 500 plus local hires with the local union. So that's a lot of jobs for construction, and then on top of it, they're willing to put in a new fire station. So I see it all around. It's a win-win for Paris. So I strongly urge you to vote yes, and thank you and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Robert?
Robert? Okay.
Nanette Plasencia? John Sisley, I think.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Robert Lugan, AKA Mad Dog, and I've been with the Local 469 workers for 42 years. I am retired. And to my solidarity brothers, all the other trades, we all back each other up because we work with each other. We keep each other safe on the jobs. I came out of the Marine Corps, and then I joined the Iron Workers. And I did 9 years as Sergeant of Arms at our local union to see who'd be fit to be our best business agents, and we got the best at our union at this time. I retired. I am an IE District Council delegate for Inland Empire. And at this time, I am MC3 instructor for students in the reservations to open their minds and their careers as the union trades. We are here today to support this project and to ask for the Commission's support as well as through yes votes tonight. This project will bring so much to the city of Paris. The developer has made a committed to local hire. This is a guarantee that our children and families will be taken care of, have medical benefits, and a prosperous life ahead of them and their families. Please support our community, our families, and the Paris community with a yes vote today. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much.
Nanette Plasencia.
Hello, Plascencia. I just want to make a comparison to one warehouse that was previously approved called the Paris Gateway Project. On the passing of that, almost 1 million square foot of land that was approved for a little over 800,000 square foot warehouse, only 37 square feet of that is going to be used for commercial use, which sadly will most likely be catered to truck drivers and people who will be in and out of our city quickly. Most of that land commercial area will be filled with fast food restaurants and most likely have a non-union, low-paying job fill that warehouse, since the developer doesn't say who will be occupying it. Which now brings me to today. The current warehouse project in particular sounds like another low-paying, non-union labor distribution center in our city, and we don't have an answer who is going to be using it because they don't even have a applicant for it, but for some reason they need it to be built. Sadly, that area on Ethonac is currently on its way to looking beautiful, so we don't need to start boxing in that area with a bunch of warehouses. And really having the developer make a welcome to Paris sign and have the logo on it, proposed monument sign, I feel like that's a slap in the face to all Paris residents. A huge majority feel like our city is already densely populated with warehouses. Now we are going to have a developer make our welcome sign. If that's the case, we need to make the sign say, "Welcome to Warehouse City." That rezone should not take place because we need the little bit of commercial land we have left to create more sales revenue and keep our residents shopping in our city, not our neighbor city. If the developer really cares about public outreach, then they wouldn't be asking for a rezone to put a warehouse there instead. I know this is harsh to say, but no wonder our neighboring city laughs at us over here in Paris and have no problem with thinking about putting all their future developments right at our doorstep next to Ethonac area. Our neighboring city already says we covered our whole city in warehouses, so what's some more going to change anything? To my local Menifee neighbor that previous spoke, let's be a good neighbor to them as well, to your residents, and vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is John Sisley, Sisley. I am a representative from the Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Refrigeration for San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I'm also a delegate to the Inland Empire Labor Council and a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California. So these community benefits agreements are super important to this area. It ensures that you're going to hire local folks and that the money earned will be spent right back here in your community. Every one of the orange vests behind me represents a family that would probably be able to eat off of a job like this. And they would buy those groceries at a local grocery store, and Dad would be home to watch baseball games and be with his kids. And Dad wouldn't have to drive 2 hours to work and 2 hours home. So that saves the environment right there. And contrary to what's been stated here in this chambers before, not a single dime has been taken from an environmental group or a labor organization to arrange this agreement. We did all this on our own, and this is on our dime. The developer has made a pledge to hire local and skilled construction workforce members to build their vision, ensuring a high-quality project and ensuring the community's basic economic needs are met. This project is great for our community, and we strongly urge you to support this with a yes vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Eric Kranke, Daniel Little. and Ralph Velador.
Good evening, Commission. My name's Eric Cronke, Kroencke. I've been a real estate broker in the Paris area for over 40 years. I've also, Paris Valley, or Paris High School District trustee for 7, county planning commissioner for 6. I like to give back to my community with my time and my effort. In my business, I represented this property for over 15 years for the owner. My family owns 2 of the little lots along Ethonack Road. To get back to Commissioner Lopez's question on commercial, I've tried to sell that as a commercial property for over 15 years, and we've had everything from Classic Pacific, who built the commercial center on the freeway, propose a similar center that didn't pencil, didn't work, economy changed. Again, it had commercial on the front, just as the center along the freeway. We've had apartment developers that looked at it and tried to make that work. The city discouraged that change and that use. Through that property is multiple lots. We were willing to do lot line adjustments to create any parcel to make any user viable on that site, and still couldn't do it. A lot of it was the infrastructure is grandiose. 6-lane Ethonack Road, the drainage requirements, the drainage fees for that region all add up to make any small project impossible. Just doesn't work. You can't do an acre and put the money up for the road, put the drainage fees and all that. So to see Hillwood, who is an exquisite developer, I've done business with some of them on other areas and so forth, and I've seen their projects. I have nothing to do with them on that site, but I'm very pleased that somebody of that caliber, a national developer, is making this proposal and will do it right. I think it's a great asset for the city of Paris. Back to Menifee and Ethonack Road, there's a single developer that has tied up most of that property from Antelope Road to Trumbull, few windows in there, and they already have 2 million square feet, 2.5 million square feet already approved, and additional entitlements that they're working on. So, again, that is going to punch out the rest of Ethonack Road. It doesn't solve the flyway that needs to be built over the existing Highway 74 and tie that in as the master plan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Daniel Little.
Yes. Good evening, Commission. Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Daniel Little, Little. I am a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I have lived in that area since 2011, and I am here speaking on behalf of both the carpenters and as a member of the community. To echo what my fellow brothers have said eloquently, Alex Madrid and Andrew Melling, about how this project would help keep carpenters close to their area, all the ones that live in the Inland Empire, always having to travel out of the area, always having to get up early, not spending time with your family. That is very important. But even more importantly, as a member of that community, is this development. The infrastructure alone on that area is what's needed. Sherman Road, anytime there's a rainstorm, is impassable. And I'm sure the residents there understand how important infrastructure would be for that. This developer is the perfect developer with the perfect project for that area. I have to disagree with the person who spoke earlier about the beauty of that area. It is a blight, barren land. When I have relatives visit me from out of state, they have mentioned how they feel like they're driving through Mad Max Thunderdome. This development needs to go forward. as a member of the Cherokee Nation, we understand what progress can be and how sacrifice can be made. A fellow Cherokee Nation citizen, some of you who may not know because you're a little young, but Will Rogers, who is known for his political wit, talked about progress and said, even if you're on the right track, don't just stand there because you may get run over. If we don't approve this project, that land is going to still be a blight. People who talk about the air quality is not going to change whether you vote yes or no. The air quality is bad in that area, especially with all the dried brush and the dirt that just gets blown around. Please, I urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Planning Commission. My name is Ralph Felder. I'm here on behalf of the Southern California Indigenous Council of Laborers and the laborers and other folks that are behind us here today. Our members depend on decisions like this one tonight so we can go to work. This project would provide more local jobs, good paying jobs, benefited jobs while building this project. And it's important for all of us to get behind developers like this who believe in those good wages and benefits while building projects. They believe in the things that matter. They're going to make sure that this project is built to the highest standards. We will make sure of that. We have a well-trained workforce, and that's what we do every day. The folks wouldn't be here in this room today if it didn't matter. As the economy gets a little tougher, yeah, there's a lot of work out there, but we see prices going through the roof. It's important that we rally again behind developers like this because they make sure that we make good enough wages so that we can work every day and we can pay the bills that we need to pay. I myself, I'm a United States Army veteran who got out 31 years ago, and I didn't know which way I was going to go. And this union that I'm in helped save my life and give me a career, an opportunity to put my 5 kids through college. But if it weren't for developers like this who believed in that allowed us to have those good jobs to do those things, it wouldn't have been possible. So I urge you today to pass this project so that they can help us keep the American dream and keep this economy going. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
The next 3 will be Jonathan Daly, Jillian Menez, and Jairo Carvajal.
Good evening.
We're asking that we're going to keep your time. We're going to make sure you have 3 minutes, right? 'Cause I'm looking at a minute.
Oh, thank you.
And we call the names for those that just came in. We want you to come up front so we can kind of, still going to give 3 minutes. But come on, at least come on up front and.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly, D-A-I-L-E-Y. Nice to be here again. Marine Corps veteran, proud member of LIUNA Laborers Union. It's kind of hard going, deep into this because they cover pretty much, all the good stuff. But I like to reiterate because I really resonate when people talk about families. I'm a new dad, so that's my big thing. I'm the most proud of that. My son is 1, and they're at home right now. For a lot of us, working at home, working close to home would be great because we get to spend more time. But another thing for me, I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure a lot agree, is it's also hard to know my wife and son are at home by themselves, especially late nights. We work early mornings, late nights. We travel. So I'm on this planet to provide and protect. I've been, doing my best to do that, and that's why these meetings are so important. Developers like this, projects like this are the reason we come out here and we like to speak, and I'm excited to speak every time because it's something I truly believe in. I feel I was born to fight for things I believe in, and that's why I'm doing this. Much like Ralph just said, getting out, you don't know what path to take. I actually really wanted to re-enlist because that world seemed simpler to me than trying to figure it out here and, all the chaos that goes on. Luckily, LIUNA, definitely saved me. Jobs just like this, I've seen it firsthand save a lot of friends and family. especially friends coming out of the military, even warehouse jobs. That's a big thing that not many people say. A lot of my buddies that, were on a very bad path, all it takes is something like that to kind of steer them in the right direction, whether that's working at a warehouse while going to school. So I like to advocate for that as well because they get a pretty bad spin. But like I said, we're all for this project. We're all for this developer. You've heard many great things about them here. So we hope you please approve this project with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jillian Menes.
Good evening. Thank you for taking our papers so late. We're all gone at an event, and I'm glad that we can be here to make it for this. I do want to make mention, specifically I want to make mention of the cumulative review that was not done for this project. I went through the draft EIR for this project. It even states there that our region, our specific region is designated as a non-attainment zone for ozone, particle pollution, particle matter, PM10 and PM2.5, which we all know are some of the greatest offenders in causing asthma, lung issues. And the project actually, the draft EIR actually used our label as a non-attainment area as a justification for not looking into the cumulative review of how this warehouse will add to our already poor air quality. The South Coast AQMD is working right now, though, on procedures. They've had, I think, 5 or 6 working groups on procedures to quantify the cumulative effects that each warehouse is adding to our area, but it is not there yet, which is another justification that this warehouse project and many previous ones have used to ignore the cumulative damage. And so I really need you to take that into account when you are listening to this. The EIR also mentioned that there are significant and unavoidable effects on greenhouse gas emissions and those the toxins. So please, I need you to take that into consideration for your decision. I also want to kind of respond a bit to a couple of the other public comments or make something known. We are not against the labor union carpenters. I think it is wonderful that they are a part of these projects, and I think that they do deserve to work near home. They do deserve to work on meaningful projects that will benefit our community. But as a resident, as somebody who shops at the Winco across the street there multiple times a week, I need to fix my grocery budget. That's not an ugly area, and it's a beautiful area that is growing. We just got our Septembers. I've been there also many times. We deserve more, we deserve better, and the union carpenters also deserve better projects to build for the communities that they live in, because this will affect them too. Regardless if some developer is trying to divide us and tell us that we're on opposing sides, we're not. We all want the same thing. We want them to have jobs, and we want us and them, if they live in the community, to have clean air to breathe. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carvajal.
Hi, my name is Jairo. I'm a resident of Paris. I live on the south side of Paris, District 4. I do go to Winco a lot as well, and Home Depot and all that. I am in that area. It's the main shopping center I go to. I see the property across. Funny joke I made, I saw the sign that said available, and I was like, oh, it's so funny. What if they put a warehouse there? But I didn't think that would happen so soon, which is fun, but whatever. Here in opposition of this project, I don't think the city of Paris has that much commercial land left, and it's just never getting used properly. The city needs more, definitely could build something prettier, not a warehouse, and that could benefit everybody that lives here. Menifee, take Menifee people's money to come to Paris, that'd be kind of cool, but I hope you guys think about it or vote no on this project, and thank you.
Thank you very much. See, we have one more? Okay.
Franco Pacheco. And Carla Cervantes.
Okay. Is Carla out there? Oh, okay.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Franco Pacheco with Inland Valley Alliance and Mid-Valley Coalition for Clean Air. I'm a Paris resident here. I was born here in Riverside, and I grew up here. I've been here for 30 years. And it's unfortunate to see that there's another warehouse going to be built in Paris. If you're entering Paris from the north side, what are you met with? Rows and rows and rows of warehousing. There's over 118 warehouses in Paris right now. There's over 17 warehouse industrial projects right now in the area that's going to have plenty of jobs for the Carpenters Union. There's a massive amount of jobs for them. I see them at all the planning commission meetings and the board meetings. So when they come up to you here and say that they need this job because they don't have any jobs, they have plenty. I've seen them in Jurupa, San Bernardino, Riverside County, Moreno Valley, everywhere. So I just want to point that out. Also, since we already met with warehousing when we enter Paris from the north side, how does it make sense to enter Paris from the south side with more warehousing? And the previous speaker is right. Maybe they should put a warehouse city sign there as a condition of approval for this development, if that's what you guys want to do. Because honestly, I'm tired of all these warehouses coming in here. I'm sick of the traffic. We have horrible roads here. The 215 is decimated. It's enough. We need to preserve that commercial. They said that it's already zoned for commercial. Let's use the commercial. You need to push these developers to bring in commercial because easy money for them, yeah, but it's a poor quality of life for us. We need better for the Paris residents. We need to look out for the best interests of the Paris residents. That area is a nice area. There's a big housing tract that was just built to the west of there. It's Green Valley. So I don't know how they would feel there in Green Valley if they built another warehouse directly across the freeway from them when they know when they're going to have to leave and hop on the 215 to go to work, wherever it is they work. They're going to be met with more traffic from more trucks, from more warehousing that, frankly, with the way the city is going, it's poor planning. We need to look at the cumulative effects of all the warehousings together, the effects that happen after. I know with previous projects, maybe those issues weren't really foreseeable, but now we can see it happening today. I was at a meeting today for Riverside County where people are literally selling their homes for warehousing because their ranch-style lifestyle in Paris is unattainable now. So you guys need to think about that when you're building these warehouses next to homes. I believe this one's is at around 400 feet away from the nearest neighborhood. So you're going to end up pushing out that housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Carla Cervantes.
Should I wait for the time or should I go?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Cervantes. I live in Paris, and we've been coming here for a while. It feels like we've been here for a while, complaining about the same things. And this is one of those things. We have been saying we want more commercial. We desperately need more commercial. So it just doesn't make any sense why we would rezone land for more industrial, which we do not need. We actually have vacant warehouses in Paris right now that still have not been filled. We know the developer is trying to make their money, but that's not my problem. And it sucks because they use the unions to come here and say, well, we need these jobs, we need these jobs. My dad was in a union. I myself am in a union. My husband is in a union. I would never come to an area and say, well, I need this. I don't care about if these people get the pollution as long as I have a job. They have 17 years worth of jobs to build industrial. So brothers, you guys have the jobs there, but the people who are gonna be working in these warehouses, we don't know what kind of jobs they're gonna have. These warehouses, they discourage unionizing. They don't give them lots of benefits. These workers have to sue in order to get any sort of benefits. We could not have foreseen this 15 years ago, but we're seeing this happen right now. Speaking as somebody who lives here, I want to shop here, but we don't necessarily, when we make our weekend plans, we're not like, hey, let's stay in Paris and hang out, because there's nothing to do. We have some restaurants here, but they're always slammed, whereas we can go to Menifee and they built their city and okay, I know there's not gonna be a wait in the Olive Garden, then I can go to the Target, then I can go to that local coffee shop, and then I'll come home and deal with the traffic on the way back and have to compete with diesel trucks because the 215 is incredibly dangerous right now. The Green Valley neighborhood there, they didn't know that there were gonna be plans for warehouses. I mean, You guys probably didn't even know until recently. That's the way these things work. But to know that there's popcorn of pollution all over the city and to try to rezone more land that we need for commercial to be rezoned for warehousing, it doesn't make sense and it shouldn't go through. Because if it does, then I know that the city council, with the way that it is right now, they're just gonna pass it because they're in bed with developers. So, and I feel comfortable in saying that because they donate to them all the time, which is why these things continue to happen. But I am asking you guys to do your due diligence and making sure that the cumulative impact of this whole thing, because it's one thing to put a warehouse in an area where there's absolutely nothing, but it's another thing to put a warehouse in an area when we are oversaturated with warehouses already. So it just doesn't make sense. It's not a good plan for Paris. Somebody who lives here, I want to be able to shop here. I want to be able to breathe clean air here. And this is just one of those other projects that makes it more hazardous, that takes away opportunity from the people who live here to be able to shop here. You guys are not in charge of the kind of projects that are brought to you guys. I totally understand that. But I am asking you as somebody, as a resident of Paris, who has been here coming in hot every single time, I'm coming to you respectfully, please oppose this project. Thank you.
Much. Okay. So all the blue sheets. Thank you, Sylvia. Okay. And with that, unless there's someone else, we will close the public. Oh. Okay. Please come up quickly because we're moving on time here. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Victoria Camarena, Camarena. Residents do not want another 400,000 square foot warehouse, and $1.5 million to the city is nothing. In Moreno Valley last year, didn't they offer $15.5 million to the city to build another warehouse, and it still didn't get approved? No amount of money is worth all the negative effects from another massive warehouse in Paris. I ask that the Planning Commission vote against this project. Again, we don't need more warehouses here. Hillwood is a huge company that is somehow never satisfied with their profits. They want to exploit more and more people in Paris and in Mead Valley. In fact, they were at the Mead Valley MAC meeting 2 weeks ago, where again they were met with strong opposition from the community for more warehouses. They were supposed to be at the Planning Commission today, but asked for the project to be put off calendar. The EIR for this project didn't even have a cumulative environmental review. I ask that you put residents' health and well-being first. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sylvia Tercero. I'm a resident of Paris, and I just want to voice my opposition for this project. I am afraid that by allowing this project to happen, it would allow this zone, which is South Paris, to become saturated with warehouses, just like what happened in North Paris. That's where I live, and that's all I see is warehouses right next to homes. And I just think that by allowing this rezone to happen, that the same thing's going to happen to South Paris, and that's unacceptable for the residents there. And as you all know, there is a huge demand for commercial spaces in Paris by residents. So why would you allow this rezone to happen? So I urge you to do the right thing and vote to oppose this rezone request, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Oh, raise up your. Okay.
There we go. Good evening, Commissioners. Long evening. My name is Jim Kane. That's C-A-I-N. I'm here representing the Kane Family Trust as well as Roberta Christ. And we're the owners of the 5 acres that's adjoining the Hillwood project at the northwest corner. And we're 100% in favor of this project moving ahead and would strongly encourage the Commission to approve it and move ahead as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We done? Okay. Okay. We'll close the public comment. And I noticed I didn't see anybody else, did I? Or did I miss something? Okay. And we close the public comment, move it to the Planning Commission. Oh, thank you. I'm losing it. I didn't have any coffee. I should. If the developer always, thank you. That's why we have a city attorney here. Make a comment, respond. It's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank everybody for their time and consideration. Hillwood, we believe we've gone the extra mile to work with you all to incorporate everything that's been asked of us in terms of design and landscaping and circulation, all the things that I talked about previously. So we appreciate the collaboration. We do think the land use is compatible with everything that's going on in that area. Industrial, 3 buildings to the south in the city of Menifee, industrial to the north, and then the travel center to the west that's being proposed. So we do think it's a compatible land use, and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are closing that public comment portion and coming back to the county commission for discussion. And I noticed.
I just want to start off by thanking Hillwood. I met with you guys during ad hoc, and I think you guys are super easy to work with. You guys addressed every single issue that I had. You guys gave us a surplus of landscaping. You gave us proper screening from the trucks. You guys, I had some issues with the architecture designs. You guys addressed that issue perfectly. And you guys are going above and beyond with the community benefits. I do struggle with supporting the rezone of this project. Especially considering that there's sensitive receptors to the east of Sherman Road. I do believe that Ethanak is a very heavily trafficked street, and I think keeping it community commercial would definitely benefit that road especially. I definitely don't think this is a bad project, but I don't think this is the right location for it.
Thank you. Thank you to also for the presentation and the public comment this evening and the patience for everyone here today. We actually did not expect to be here this late, but here we are once again. Oh, he says it's okay, so I guess we're good. I agree with Commissioner Lopez in regards to the building and the effort put forth by the applicant. There's no denial that the project is a good project, that it's a very well-built project, that it meets standards and it meets LEED and all of those wonderful things. However, the biggest issue that I have is that, first of all, it is a zone change, and we are losing our commercial space here in the city of Paris. Having that said, it's not. It doesn't go without mention that other zones in our city are being threatened as well by zone changes, and I'll tell you, the community at this point is so aware of what's going on. They will hold us accountable, and I hope that they continue to hold us accountable, in the future as well. Besides the zone change issue and the loss of commercial space for the residents in that area, the other issue is that this is a spec building. Having a spec building being built in our city has a lot of doesn't allow neither ourselves, Planning Commission, nor City Council, to speak on the implementation of the VMT as spoken earlier, because we don't have any idea of the type of traffic that it's going to bring. We can't guarantee $1.2 million in revenue for our city. We can't do that because we don't know what type of tenant we're going to have. We cannot guarantee or condition a PLA not only for our union members here today, but also for those who would be working inside of the warehouse. Will they also be union represented, which is also very important. We cannot guarantee a living wage for the warehouse workers. Let's see. And there was a very important fact recently. Research has shown, and this was provided recently last month in an interview with NPR with the president of SCAG. He mentioned that the last year and a half has lost 12,000 logistic jobs versus healthcare, which healthcare jobs in this region are actually on the rise. And that does have to do with funding from Sacramento. However, I would like to see a building being built that would not only benefit our union brothers and sisters here today because of a project that they would be working on close to home, but also a project that would allow their families to enjoy, such as a civic center, an amphitheater, and in other cases, a hospital for their families as well. So they can really feel proud about building something and at the same time having a real community benefit. And so I urge the applicant to reconsider the type of building that they want to bring into our city and future projects as well. And I would like City Council and the mayor to consider the opportunity at hand to be able to bring continued jobs that will benefit our local union members who live in the city of Paris and would also benefit their families as well and future residents of the city of Paris. That would be all. Thank you.
I would like to echo what our my fellow commissioners said, and I agree with the developer, and I really appreciate all the efforts. They have gone way above and beyond everything that we have asked for. It's a beautiful building. It was very well thought out, very well planned. I love that it's silver LEED, and they do work with very strong corporations, Fortune 500 companies, which is beautiful. I love the community outreach and everything that they give back to the community, which is something that I struggle with because they do give back so much to the community. On the other side, and I really appreciated the community outreach to go out twice, make that effort. On the other side of that, only 20% of the community members across the way responded positively. I don't know what the percentage was of the ones that answered versus how many signed. I don't know if it was only 20% that approved, and that's how they contacted. I think when we asked for monuments signed, we were expecting something a little bit more monumental. I love that they're giving money for a fire department, but a fire department isn't just a building. It requires maintenance, it requires employment, it requires ongoing expenses. That is not a one-time fee. I am concerned that the only school that they reached out to was Columbia Elementary, which isn't even in the school district that belongs to where theirs would be developed, and it wasn't the closest one. I think one of my biggest challenges is I'm also a union member and I believe in unions, but I agree with my fellow commissioner where she's saying, we want these jobs for our unions, but we also want you to be able to stay here, work locally for 8 hours, but after those 8 hours, there's nothing to do. There's no recreation, there's nothing. Our school district has lost so many students, and I think one of our community members alluded to the fact that people are selling their houses, moving away. We lost a lot of students, and the projection is that we're going to continue to decline because, and I think part of the reason is people don't want to live in a place where there's nothing but warehouses, there's nothing to do. Our kids are growing up and there's no recreation opportunities. We lost our only movie theater where, we could have invested, developed that area to be more of a magnet. I have a 19 and a 15-year-old. There's nothing for them to do here. Whenever they make plans, it's never, ever, ever in Paris, which is concerning because now I have new drivers driving really far away just to be able to enjoy their time. Another one of my concerns, a lot of those people that are now living in that community, in that new development, they did their research probably before they bought their houses, and that was zone commercial. I always say I didn't do my research before I bought my house, and that's my bad. But these people bought their houses expecting commercial development in that area. We cannot answer for what our neighbor city is doing, but we can answer what we're doing with ours. And if we give up this commercial, all the remaining empty spots are also gonna want to do a zone change because we have set that pattern for that area and said, this is what we want. This is what we will allow in this section. Please come in and rezone that. This is what we enjoy. And that's not the message I think our city wants to send. And really, I think one of my other major concerns is there's no time frame for any of the mitigation concerns that were brought up. So there's things that can be mitigated, but there isn't a time frame for when they can be done. Going to 6 lanes, wonderful. How long? No idea. 300 full-time employees, guaranteed? No, not really. So I don't feel like I have enough confidence and guarantees or timeframes or that would really mitigate any of those issues that would even close to justify rezoning.
So my concerns with this project is that there's a slew of residences around the property, around the community, not only in the city of Paris, but also in the city of Menifee. City, putting a warehouse creates issues next to a residence because it creates more truck traffic. Trucks are hard to get around. They're slower moving vehicles. They accumulate in places, and especially when now, if this does go forward, then there's additional, the overpass is going to have to be revised and changed, and they're contributing, I thought it was $1 million or $500,000 towards it. But I'm just kind of curious if all the neighborhoods around us do they understand that not only City of Paris is trying to put warehouses, or not, I don't want to say City of Paris, but developers in Paris would like to put warehouses, as well as potentially in the south of, in neighboring community along Ethenac Road. Menifee wants to put warehouses along Ethenac Road as well. And I'm kind of curious if even all those new homes that are being built south of us along Ethenac and Getz Road, if they're aware of all those communities and warehouses that are being planned to go there, and they understand that the backlog of truck traffic and everything that's going to be sitting there. So my concern of that aspect is, do we really understand the full impact of all these vehicles and trucks that's going to be on the road, impacting Ethenac Road and even the 74 that's up there? My daughter currently takes her car every day to Heritage High School, and that's the route she takes. So that is very concerning with me, and she has to go through that overpass every single day. She'll have to go fight the truck traffic, fight the additional traffic that's going to be there at all times. So that's my concern with that. Again, we, other than giving back $1.5 million to the community, even with the fire station, we do have a fire station within, I believe it's a mile and a half or so, 2 miles of the facility. So yes, a fire station is very nice to have, but there is one within relatively proximity of this facility. I believe there's one also pretty close in Menifee as well. So I would like to, see there, other than a warehouse is not giving back anything to the property itself. There is no commercial being offered to us at all. So when we can have a development that even splits it, it wasn't even an opportunity. So we're not getting no commercial out of this at all. So, thank you.
Okay, first and foremost, thank you for your patience. And it's never easy up here. And I say many times, if anyone wants to be up here, you're going to find out real quickly because we have to answer to people above us too. Simply said, I want to say, first of all, it was a great presentation. One of the best presentations, and I've been here 22 years, longer than anybody in history of Paris. So I've heard everything under the sun, every possible thing that you've heard, I've heard it here. And some. I could write a book. So I know all the avenues, all the angles, all the other stuff. I know the winding. I've been there several times. I weigh each project on its own merit. So one I may say, you say you can't predict, I don't want to be predictable. So you never know where I'm going to come. I'm going to say this about this project. And one of the things that I noticed, and I'm going to get to why I'm not in favor of it. First of all, you did not do anything to reduce the building size and change the parking. That was a negative with me. The trucks could have gone up front and never saw it. I don't like that. We mentioned you could have put the trucks on the north, and it would have never been near the end. That it stayed the same. That I don't like. Number two, not even reducing the building size for one thing. Each side, even though it's Menifee, I'm not going to get into the Menifee issue, but still residents over there. I've been on that street several times. It's very narrow, and even if you do that, the trucks are still parked there, and the residents. So that's another issue for me that not been resolved. If you'd done the truck thing in the front, we at least had a better discussion for me. Spec building, 22 years of truck building. Spec building, you don't know who's there, so we can't say what kind of thing is there. I appreciate the unions, I understand, but there's a lot of work in this city, so it's not just there. Ethernet Road is my number one biggest concern. And see, we have to depend on Menifee, that stops it right there. We have I don't want to say civil war, but we have issues with Menifee right now because Menifee wants to widen the street. Well, we don't know when they're going to do that. Menifee says they're going to do, we don't know when they're going to do it. I'm not going to talk about their project south, 8 million, whatever square feet, but that's south, that's going to impact Ethernet. So we can't just say, oh, we're going to do Ethernet. No, you can't say that. Realistically, you can't just say we're going to have Ethernet Road done. They're supposed to do it. When are they supposed to do it? 10 years, 5 years? So the thing is, when you're dependent on the city on the south side, we don't know, and that impacts this. So Trumbull Road can do all the repairs of the intersection, you still have an Ethernet Road problem and a freeway intersection problem. Because now that freeway intersection is going to be a problem. So one of my biggest issues is not even some of the project, great presentation, great all that other stuff, but Ethernet is a major problem. The other side is being a truck route. And if they want all those industrial on the south side, I feel sorry for you if you live on the north. Okay? But they want that to be a truck route. Now this would be a truck route. Look what happens when you do that. So now the impact is on the streets, who somebody has to repair. Okay, is Menifee going to repair their side of the street and we do our side? How's that going to work? Okay, I know what's going to happen. So it's a transportation issue, congestion. Now, having said that, one of the things that I think that I would like to see, obviously, is zone commercial, and I don't like giving up commercial or business park. No thought was given into mixed use there. I was here a long time ago, so there was apartments that were there. There was no effort to even push that. So I was here, I know what happened, okay? And I think that was the one that was on Van Buren. There was beautiful apartments, but apartments alone may not do, but we have a housing shortage here. And I talked to her about AB 2011 about mixed income and low income housing. And in LA, they're building, and it's the only time I'm going to mention LA, at $1,000 a month. With a Costco underneath it. This is Los Angeles. I say Los Angeles. But they're building a Costco and apartments for low income, 183 out of 800 apartment units. That's their thing. But that's the state saying, oh, the state's saying you can build low income. That's low income, guys, not $2,000 a month. So we're talking about the mixed use can be anything that was never presented. Mixed use apartments, business park. I'm not talking about Ralph's, I'm not talking about that. That's never even been looked at. So I have a problem with not even looking at that. And just automatically, I think what we do in the city is we default. We default to warehouses. It's a default button. Well, it's easier to build, blah, blah. I can't, it's tired of people saying they can't find people. You're not looking. This Paris, on the other side, you have all these different things on the other side of Paris, skydive, all these things, and we're saying we can't get anyone. So I have a problem with that too. But my thing is not the presentation, not Hillwood. They may be the greatest thing, but we have to think about the city, and they're really hot about warehouses. I'm telling you right now. We're getting heat, and we're getting heat. Okay. So it's one of those things where I'm like, we have to really weigh this. Is it really something we need at this location? Okay. Then we talked about there's other areas right to the west of there that we're not even sure what they're bringing there. If this is, they're going to want it. So it's going to be a cumulative effect that's going to happen by default. So we have to think about the whole city. We have to think about the residents who we represent, not just one group, not just where I live, but we have to think about open space parks, all these things for our children. There's nothing for teenagers, nothing. Okay, and so we have to think about all these things in conjunction with that. So that's the only issues I have. It's really Ethernack Road is number one on the list. Okay, and Ethernack impact is not really been looked at, because you're talking truck traffic, and it's going to be trucks no matter what we say. There are going to be a lot of trucks. Okay, and I don't even talk about the projects to the west that's been proposed, because that's not on the agenda. But again, more trucks. And I think there's certain areas where you got to really watch it. So I think, having said that, those are my major concerns with it. I think that, overall, I think it's beautiful. I think it's a nice building, a nice concept. I just have the word warehouse in that location. And there could be at least looked at things like business park, mixed use, things that nobody seems to want to do in cities out here. But they will work if you do mixed use. Apartments guarantee that you will have people in a commercial center, because you're building. And a lot of these cities, Riverside, they're going to have to do it this way, because you got empty lots with 600 parking spaces that are empty and nothing there. So when a Walmart leaves or Target leaves, nothing is there. Why? Because they didn't plan it right. Okay? So they didn't plan housing there that would feed into that. That's standard urban planning, guys. I'm not talking nothing new. This is urban planning. I went to USC, okay? So this is not something that's just not well planned. A lot of stuff out here is not well planned. It was just done in the 90s and 2000s. Just build it, and this is what you get as a result. Okay? So that's just my personal thing, and I agree, and I don't always agree with everybody, but I think this needs to just be re-looked at in terms of that. And I think those would be my criteria. A review of Ethernack Road, mixed-use possibilities, I'm not talking about Rouse, but maybe business park, housing, whatever it could be, and it's 19 acres, okay? And I think the housing over there, whenever they decided what they be doing, that's their business. I can't control what they do to the east, I can't control what they do to the south. They want to build 5 million square foot, that's them. But we have, in the city of Paris, have to look at the city of Paris. That's what we're assigned to do. So that's all. That's probably the most I can say tonight, and I'm going to stop it. So unless you guys have something else, and I think, lay it on the line unless you had any more questions for staff or anything other observations. Okay.
I did have one question.
Go for it.
Just wanted to ask our CEQA specialist if there was a cumulative, I just want to put it on the record, whether there was a cumulative study of this warehouses along with the other ones and what we looked at. Oh, we would have to reopen if I want to ask a question.
Okay. Then we can reopen the public hearing for Mr. Michael Brown.
So, Commissioner, all sections of the EIR evaluated cumulative impacts. In the sense of air quality, we have a situation where the entire air basin is considered to be in non-attainment for a few pollutants. So basically, the contributions of all projects within the basin contribute to the cumulative impact. What we do and what all jurisdictions do is we evaluate the impacts based on the thresholds of significance that have been established by the South Coast AQMD. And in that case, what their methodology is that if a specific project generates emissions that are above the thresholds, that the project-specific impact is significant, but also the contribution of the project to the overall cumulative impact is considerable under CEQA. So we are complying. There are no thresholds of significance established for the quantification of all projects within the air basin. That just has not been established yet. The South Coast AQMD is in the process of coming up with a methodology to do so, but that has not been completed, and we have no idea when or if that will happen.
Anything else? Oh, you said something?
No, I was just going to mention that you have to allow for public comment.
Yeah. Okay, any public comment since we reopened it?
State my name again, or I'm okay? Do I need to restate my name again, or am I okay? Yolanda Williams, Williams. And I thank you, Commission Board, for your candid observation. I would like to ask you, though, did anyone from this committee ask Hillwood to reduce the size of the building? Or maybe consider another relocation area? It's kind of hard to work when you don't have everything together. And I do understand and I appreciate all the comments, I really do. You say now, oh, you don't really need a fire station, but I know when Paris didn't have a fire station and they were paying Moreno Valley to use their firemen to come out here to fight a fire. Oh, yeah. So I want to encourage you not to completely denounce the project, but maybe table it and add some things to it, okay, that you can really enhance. Because as you know, well, if you don't know, and I will say this, Hillwood is building a park out in Mead Valley. The county of Riverside don't have to pay a dime for it. Hillwood's footing the whole bill. The maintenance, everything. So if you have another area that you would like to put Hillwood in, suggest it. That's all I'm saying. We don't need to get Ralph's out here, like you said, and all, because you don't have the community to sustain that. You need mom and pop stores, but then you have to have some warehouses out here with the bucks for the community. And I appreciate you again, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Quickly, if you're going to speak, come forward and come up to the front. No, not you. Anybody who's in the back, if you wanted to, otherwise, yeah.
I know it's long. I'll try to be as quick as I can.
Just say what you
So we know Hillwood. We've seen them. They have been sued in Moreno Valley because of the way that they have navigated a lot of these projects. They're building a lot of projects in Mead Valley, and it sucks because we're being oversaturated with warehouses just based off of what was going on before. We already had an industrial corridor, and that filled up and filled up and filled up, and now we're dealing with all the effects from that. So to continue to put more in other areas, I think that you guys shouldn't table it. You guys should just deny it the way you guys were going to. I think initially, right now, because of all the concerns that you guys brought up. So to say that we don't have the need for commercial or anything like that, false, because there's been record-breaking profits from the commercial that was built here. One of my cousins was gonna try to move out here from LA, and I was like, don't do it, girl, because I know what it is here. But she's like, no, I wanna see, there's this community that I wanted to move to. She wanted to see Green Valley, and she's like, it's on the pamphlet when they were, selling the homes and everything, they were advertising that the home was going to be in a community that was going to be walkable, that there was going to be lots of trails, lots of native trees all along that area that's across where these warehouses are going to be, that it was going to be all commercial to try to make it the way that a lot of the communities are in Newport area, everything walkable, everything near, and so that's why they're priced in the way that they're priced in Paris. It was going to be a really beautiful community, so to know that that was used as a way to, because at the time, or it still is commercial, so now to have a rezone happen, it just doesn't fit in the area. I think that you guys should deny this project. I hope you guys do, because you guys were already going to. I'm going to finish up, and thank you.
Thank you.
Again, good evening. Eric Cronke, KRO.
Yeah.
Eric Cronke, KROENCKE. Again, I want to just address the commercial. At that corner, my company did the annexation into the city of Paris from the county. You already have one fully approved specific plan, or not specific plan, but development agreement commercial center that was approved, Mott Plaza. That was a 70-acre commercial center that fronts the freeway south of Ethan Road. Currently, it's anchored by a Shell station. None of the other project was ever developed, although I believe that community agreement is still valid unless they've done something else. Again, across the freeway, another 70 acres in the city of Paris. Starts at Ethan Road, runs down to, not Rouse, McLaughlin. Again, that's anchored by a 76 station. The other corner is where the Winco is. Again, very nice shopping center with the Home Depot. That only took 15 years, is it? 16 years to finally finish the pads in that center. It has finally developed the rest of the way. And you have the same thing on the other side where the Classic Pacific Center is and where the auto whatever project is. That was, again, another 70 acres of commercial. That's more commercial needed than if everything was built in and around that area. You don't have enough people to use up that much acreage. When the city of Paris did their last general plan, I believe it was probably 40 or 45% more commercial in the city of Paris than if the whole region had been built. So the idea that to change a zone is somehow detrimental is ludicrous because there's not enough people could fill that. Again, I've been on 2 general plan committees for the city of Paris. My first one, they did 40 acres north of Ramona Expressway, 1 block, quarter mile north. They got changed to city council after we worked out the whole plan because the people wanted that because commercial is much more valuable. That sat for about 20 years before they changed the zone to industrial because at no point was that property commercial property. Possibly a corner section, something like that, but it wasn't on Ramona. It all sat back off a quarter mile from Paris Boulevard. So, you know, the idea that something because it's zoned, whatever it is, the world has changed. And
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, Franco Pacheco, PACHECO. I just want to make clear a couple points that I think are being overlooked, and that's that the zone changes that the guy was talking about right now. There's a reason why the commercial sits there vacant, and it's because it's by design. They want it to sit vacant so that they could put a warehouse there because the only other thing you could build next to a warehouse is another warehouse. We've seen it in North Paris. We're seeing it in the industrial corridor in Mid-Valley, where to the point where we have the Riverside Medical Facility that's getting built there that nobody else wanted because it's for mentally ill people and homeless kind of beds and it's a community. I forget the exact name for it, but basically even Hemet didn't want it. So when we're changing these zones to industrial, I think right in that business park, there's a lot of, I think that would be considered commercial, right? The Langswood Motorsports are right there. Across the street is the Winco. And then I also wanted to address that the fire department, we got to thank our fire department, especially here in Paris, because Cal Fire is right here. We have a lot of fire here. We have a lot of fire facilities here. We have a lot of support in that area. So when they propose giving a fire truck, yeah, it could be nice. It could be it could be good, and it could definitely help the fire department. But do we really need those community benefits to go to that area just to get a warehouse pushed through? I would rather see something different than a warehouse. We got to think about what we're giving up and what we're getting back. Also, the community park that previous speaker was speaking about, that's not a done deal. That project was actually taken off calendar today in the Mid-Valley, in the Riverside County Planning Commission, because a developer pulled it for, I don't know what reason they pulled it for, but it's not even being heard anymore. So that project is kind of in limbo. So I really hope you guys just deny the project, and it'll send a clear message to developers that, we need to start putting our residents first and not worry about if a piece of land is going to get developed or not, because at this point, it's better if it stays nothing than to put another warehouse on it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. So we close the public comment, and we go back to, I know. I'm assuming we close the public comment. Oh, okay, I didn't know if he was coming up. Okay, close the public comment, and again, if the developer would like to respond, you don't have to. It's up to you. Okay. Why do I keep doing this? We close the public comment portion and the hearing portion, and I don't think we come back to this unless we have, okay. So, no, we're still doing good. It's not midnight. Okay, so we're going to have to straighten this out and get some agreement on what we would like to propose to do. And I think, oh, thank you, because I cannot read mine. Yeah, I'm still going to have to use this. Okay. Yeah, let me read. I guess this is the old thing. I'm just going to have to always use this thing. The general plan amendment, GPA 22 just be patient, 05326, zone change 22-05327, TPM 22-05328, TPM 38600, development plan review 22-00030, and a proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate construction of a 412,348 square foot industrial warehouse building on 19.9 acres, located at the northwest corner of Sherman Road and Etherneck Road. Number 1, general plan amendment and zone change to change the land use designation of 19.9 acres from community commercial to light industrial. Number 2, tentative parcel map to consolidate 10 existing parcels into one 19.9 acre parcel. 3, development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevations. And the requested action was adopt resolution 2414, recommending that the city council certify the final environmental impact report. I'm not going to read the SECH. Adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, and approve general plan amendment 22-05326, zone change 22-05327, TPM 22-05328, TPM 38600, development plan review 22-00030, to facilitate the construction 412,348 square foot industrial warehouse building on 19.9 acres, based on the findings, conditions of approval, and what is our recommendation. We may have 2 things that we propose. We can propose continuation with some specific things that we'd like to do, or you outright denial. It's up to us. So, and if it is, that's the discussion we just need to do. So I guess, what do you think about it? And whoever makes this motion. Oh, turn on.
Sorry, Commissioner Gomez. I'd like to make a motion to recommend a denial of this project. There are many reasons. I'm about to point them out.
We should have.
Just want to clarify for the record, that's a recommendation to city council to deny the project.
Yes.
So we have to give them specifics.
To denial. So I think we talked on a lot of the points as to why. First of all, it's not within the zone. That's very straightforward. It's not within the zone area. There, of course, the EIR, there were many significant impacts that could not be mitigated, that as stated in the EIR. There is no way of even being able to confirm the proposed benefits from the applicant, since it's a spec building. There's no way to determine the sales taxes. There's no way to determine the types of jobs, permanent, semi-permanent. There's no way of doing that. And of course, the first and foremost, the impact of the quality of air in our city, which is already being impacted, and this would just add to that as well. Anything else that we need to add that I'm forgetting?
Yes. I think to the lack of timeline or full guarantee of the mitigation measures to be able to be applied. The vehicle miles travel still being significantly, and there was no applicable or guaranteed mitigation
For the
conditions for that.
VMT. The VMT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Okay, we mentioned that.
And I think ultimately, on my number one list is Etherneck Road. We're not sure about that timetable, and that kind of makes it very difficult because Etherneck is under Menifee for the side, and Menifee's timetable is not our timetable. So that kind of makes it difficult because you don't know what that impact is going to be. Or when? Do they have a timeline? Have they even, and they're not obligated to do it on our timetable. So that makes a major impact on how they get it to and from this project. Appreciate all the other things. It's just that is one of those unknowns. I would only say that there's a now that I think there's some stipulations of things that we talked about, and it's not leaving the room open that it can always come back. I had mentioned also the possibility of other mixed use, other types of things that could be in there, but not really detailed in the, and we asked for alternates, and they just kind of most of them just don't even pay attention to it in detail. And so those are things that could be looked at. Yeah, we're not talking about stores. Everyone says commercial storage. That's not always about stores. It's about business park, it may be apartments, or a combination of things. So that is something that could be looked at. If it's not something feasible, that's one thing. But that would be, I'd rather just throw out the baby with the bathwater. Just that would be one of those things we would add, so we can at least give it to the next level to say we were at least discussion. They may want to at least discuss, well, what do you guys say? Well, that may at least look at whether that can be as opposed to just a warehouse. It's their decision if that's what they choose to do, but at least we can give them some options as opposed to just saying no or yes. So that would be my stipulations, is that at least let's come up with something. It's off, we don't have a calendar date, but I think those are things. We're trying to give some specifics, not just don't do it, but these are specifics that can make this project. If it can't and doesn't pencil out, that's another story. But there's some, obviously the community with the warehouses, that's a whole other thing, but we just have to look at it on its own merit. And there's a lot of issues with this one. And this is not popular in the city warehouse, but it's not why we're here. We're here to look at this project, okay, and what affects this project, Ethernet being the number one issue for me. Okay, so were we able to give you enough stuff there to, to write a whole book about? Okay, so we need a motion with
Go ahead and
those
put the
particular.
motion. Chair Hammond,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez has made the motion.
Yeah,
we need
so I
a
want to
second.
make sure those were added on so we have something to take. And so if she's made a motion, Commissioner Jimenez has seconded it.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved for denial.
Thank you very much. Item 7 is public comment. And anyone that can address the planning commission on any issue, any item not on the agenda at this time, you're welcome to come forward to the podium? Yeah, podium, dais, podium. You're the school person. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if sorry, my name's Franco Pacheco. I'm not sure if you guys are able to look at this or maybe do a little bit of foresight, but the area of Paris, north of Paris, that buffers the industrial corridor going up where there's that warehouse in front of that neighborhood on that ridge, is that still considered Paris, or is that Mid-Valley?
What's
by Innovation Horizons, and if you go over that under the bridge where it's Nuevo.
If I can answer. The north side of Nuevo is the county. So the northwest side is the county where the bridge is the county.
So
The south side of Nuevo, because I live right over there, the south side of Nuevo there, it's called West Nuevo, is where I live. That's Paris. So it kind of divides right down Nuevo. Then you go under the bridge. It's the county where that freeway, I'm talking about graffiti over there too. But under that bridge is, on the northwest side is the county. Yes, yeah, A Street.
Yeah, A Street.
Yeah, that's
Going
the
to A
county.
Street, and then left is, or right is Harville, and then left
Yes.
is Nuevo, right?
Yeah, all that's county on the other side of the freeway.
So going left is Nuevo?
Yes.
That's Paris?
On the south side.
Okay. So you guys are gonna have a issue here coming soon because a lot of people there are selling they're getting together and they're organizing their plots and trying to rezone them into industrial to be sold to the developers. So all that warehousing is gonna come. So I don't know if there needs to be a kind of a buffer because there's a school right there. It's Innovation Horizons. There's another neighborhood right there. There's a Rimrock Reservation right there. So that's just something, I don't know if you guys are even aware of that, but that's something that we see that's happening right now, and I think that it should be paid attention to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We close the public comment portion. Okay. Move on to business items. I don't think we have any, do you? Okay, and commission member announcements or reports.
I have no announcements. Just want to wish everybody a good night and thank you for everybody that came out to speak tonight.
Yeah, it's been a long night. I actually told my kids I should be home by 8 today, but I guess not. That was not going to happen. So, you know, one of the members of the audience has something really important. Mr. Cronky, he mentioned he made a good point. I don't think he wanted to make the point, but he made a very good point, is that our city needs to be reevaluated and finding out what we need now, what our city needs now for the future. That yes, they're coming in, blah, 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 but it's really, we need to reevaluate what our city needs. And other than that, I'm just very happy that the community has been vocal. For a while there, we were kind of holding this on our own and trying to make our point, but now that we have the community support, hearing out what they want, what they need, I think that's just very powerful. But other than that, I have no other announcements that I probably, you know, that I would like to make at this time. So thanks everyone for your help.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank our community for not just showing up and being vocal, but doing their research. Like, we go through things with a fine-tooth comb, and we really dive in, and we ask really good questions. But our community has also become very, very knowledgeable, well-versed in things with development, and I think that holds a power in its own because we're not just speaking, we have facts, we have evidence, and I think that really brings a lot of power. As far as announcements, today was Constitution Day at our school, and we had the Rancho Verde Band come out and play, and it was organized by one of the teachers whose husband passed away a few years ago. Very good friend of mine. Her husband was a very good friend of mine, so the community really showed up, especially when she said it was in dedication to him, and it was just beautiful. So to Mr. Jim Azendorf, always in our hearts.
Do we wake you, Jack? It's okay.
Yeah, I've been awake since 3 this morning, so I'm doing all right. So I just want to give my condolences to the family of Danielle Thompson, who is he's a good friend of mine that passed away. He lives in Georgia, but he's not from around here. But he's a good person, ex-NFL player, and I wish his family best of luck as they heal the wounds as they move forward.
Well, it's shivering me timbers up here, I tell you. Go to someplace warm. Yeah, I think I really appreciate the response is, and I just say it's never easy because it's not easy to always make a decision. You have to weigh things, and I always try to weigh things. Some are going to be hated, some are going to be liked. That's part of being a planning commissioner, and that's just the way it is, you know. And we try to make due diligence. We can't please everyone. Don't try to if you're watching. We can't do that. But there's some projects that are just better than others. Some are really you have to weigh and you have to go well. But one thing this commission does, we demand excellence. So if you're coming here, you should already have the questions answered, and you should know what's going on with warehouses in the city. So if you're coming with that, understand whether you should understand the community, you should understand what's going on, and understand that the council, watch the YouTube or Facebook or whatever it comes on. Yeah, Paris TV, which is right there. I only want to make things. Go online for each one of us, and I've already done it, the Paris website, and there's a survey. And the survey asks you questions about not anonymous, where you live, and you can give them what you want in terms of the city. That's where you do it. And so I did it. Of course, but I exposed myself. But it's there on the website. It says asking the survey, give them what you like to see in the city. I was very detailed. Some of them were like, it's going to blow their minds. But I did it anyway, because I'm a rebel rouser, okay? But I did it, so take the time, and if you're watching this, take the time to go to the survey. Don't just ignore it. The website is very good. It's an excellent website that talks about all the things, community service, all that, but go do the survey, because we always say, well, I have nothing to say. Good, go to the survey and do it. And we don't have to go, we're not going to chase you down to the house or where you did IP and address. You just take the survey. So it's very good. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter there. Boy, he's a good job today. We had to work you today, didn't we? Thank you, Sylvia. I can't say enough about Sylvia. You get the check tomorrow. No. but we appreciate the staff. We didn't go as long as you thought you were going to go, did you? We could go longer if you want. But anyway, I think that's all that's going on. I think this month, the 28th, I think there's supposed to be, like, if you're bringing in for bags of, not fertilizer, but mulch. I think that's the 28th, and they get if it's first come, first served, I think it's 3 bags per. And, I probably could use it, I'm getting lazy. But that's happening this month, and I'll leave it to our director to let us know whatever is going on the next month. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. You stole my thunder. Thank you. For the upcoming Planning Commission meeting on October 2nd, we'll go easy on you and we'll have one item. It's a travel center on Etherneck, across the street from where the proposed warehouse that you consider today is located. So that's for October 2nd. I don't have anything else to report. I appreciate the community participation today, as you mentioned, and we'll see you next time. Good evening.
I think Sylvia will be getting with you in terms of dates for the EMWD thing, whenever you can get that, because that's probably going to be October more than likely. So that's one of those things that will be coming up. And also the Veterans Parade. We're not going to be walking in it. Don't get excited. But that's coming up. So things are moving fast. Christmas parade in December. So obviously we do want to be a part of that. Yes. So if these things move fast, we're already midway in September. We're like, oh, it'll be November pretty soon. But enjoy. Be safe out there. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yeah, we got a cot in the back for you, right? Okay. Yeah, you don't know the joke. But anyway, thank you very much. And unless there's anything else, we will have adjournment tonight. I should do like the mayor. At approximately 10:28 p.m. Thank you. And thank you to our IT people, audiovisual, videographers. Okay, I'll get it.